Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. Today I'd like to share a visual summary of the book Essentialism by Greg McKeown. This book is about the disciplined pursuit of less, which is an idea that intrigues me, especially as it relates to my professional life and what I'm attempting to do with my creative career. And I hope that you find these ideas useful and actionable as well. And to dig deeper into them, do go pick up the book. It's a great read. Let's start with two ideas that are at the core of essentialism. The first is that for every single thing that you say yes to, that means that you're going to have to say no to a bunch of other things, which means it's worth putting a lot of value in your yes, and also not being afraid to say no. That concept is a relatively simple one to grasp, but it does beg the question, how do you determine what to say yes to? One thing to keep in mind is that not all effort is created equal, that there are certain types of effort that yield more results than others. So what you're on the lookout for are the best places to put your effort, the best yes, the tasks and the projects that you can take on that will yield the greatest results. With those core ideas and core questions in mind, we jump into the three sections of this book: explore, eliminate, and execute. Each chapter of this book has a single word title, and that word is always a verb. I appreciate that about this book, the simplicity and the action-oriented nature of it. Within the explore section of the book, you must escape. You've got to create a time and a space where you can concentrate, where you can design, where you can read. This is all about the advantages that come with being unavailable, and intentionally creating times when you are unavailable to do deep thinking and deep work. You've also got to look. You've got to hone your observational skills and be a journalist of your own life. The idea from this chapter that I found to be the most helpful relates to the morning journaling that I do, and the prompt of looking for the lead. As I look back on the past day or maybe even the past week, what is the lead to that story? So in exploring the past, either the immediate past or distant past, what is the most fascinating thing about the particular chunk of time that I'm looking at? You also must play. The value of playing lies in its ability to broaden the range of options available to you. There's this expansion of awareness that happens when you do enter that state of play. It's also a very clear antidote to stress, which is likely a regular component of your life. And play has a positive impact on executive functions. Things like planning and deciding and anticipating and prioritizing. Play actually allows you to do those things better. Sleep is an important activity as well. The idea being that you must protect the asset being your brain, your whole body, and your ability to make good decisions. Without enough sleep, you lose the ability to see what actually is essential, and the quality of your effort and your attention steadily declines. And in order to put your efforts toward the things that are most important, you have to select. You can't say yes to everything, and you have to decide some metric by which to determine what gets your yes. And here, McKeown brings in the idea from Derek Sivers of it being either hell yeah or no. There's no in between. And that hell yeah only gets a very small percentage. So if you don't have that immediate reaction, it's probably not worth doing. From that exploratory section of the book, we move on to eliminating, starting with the prompt to clarify, deciding what is the target that you're shooting for, bringing in this idea of essential intent, and that without having your essential intent defined, it makes it a whole lot harder to know what things to say yes to and which things to say no to. And of those two responses, it's understandable that it's often harder to say no than it is to say yes, but it is something that you must dare to do. You must dare to say no. even if it makes you unpopular. Because as McKeown puts it, saying no often means trading popularity for respect. But in order to make that trade, you do need to say no firmly, resolutely, and gracefully. And I think it's worth recognizing that it's hard to do all of those things, to say no in that way, that it does take effort and practice, but that it's worth getting good at saying no in those ways. Ideally, you'll get good at saying no up front, but sometimes you might need to uncommit. If you recognize that the direction you're going is taking you toward a bad place, making the tough decision of turning the plane around and starting to move toward a better place, even if that turn requires an extra bit of energy. And you've also got to edit along the way to make those subtractions that actually add quality to your life and to your work. This is the kill your darlings of Stephen King. The if I had more time, this would be a lot shorter. This is where you move from being a journalist to being an editor, looking for opportunities to cut out anything that isn't essential so that there's more space and attention given to what is. And where editing is something that often occurs after the fact, on the flip side, you also have the opportunity to limit your options up front, to create boundaries in your life and in your work, within which you can actually feel a sense of freedom, that there's this safe space that you've created where you can do your thing uninterrupted. And I think this applies both to the limits that you put on yourself for any particular creative task, but also the boundaries that you set up with other people. That appropriate boundaries within your relationships are what creates that sense of freedom. And from there, we move on to the act of executing on those things that you've chosen to say yes to. Starting with the value of creating a buffer, that there's some space in between whatever your current focus is and a future commitment that's coming your way, that a bit of breathing room actually will allow you to execute on your ideas more effectively, so that your efforts fall more within that D range compared to the A range. Because without the appropriate time buffers or financial buffers, there's the risk that the quality of your effort will decline because your attention, either consciously or subconsciously, is elsewhere, worrying about the rapidly approaching upcoming commitment. And in order to execute on an idea effectively, you also must subtract. You've got to take a close look at the steps underlying your creative process and remove the obstacles that make those steps more difficult, so that instead of having this feeling of trudging up a stairway, maybe it can feel more like walking down one. For example, for me with these videos, I sometimes see the task of putting my face on camera for an intro and outro as an obstacle that's actually keeping me from doing more and better work, which is why I've been experimenting with subtracting that from my process, because it might not be essential for my task here of sharing interesting ideas and helping others develop useful skills. So think about what the obstacles are in your process that you might be able to remove. And here there's an emphasis on progress, and focusing specifically not on huge leaps of progress, but instead of building for yourself a system of small wins. Steps that you can take each day that allow you to start small and build momentum over time. Do you have a system like that in place? And is that system rooted in these small steps, the small wins that over time can take you far? And as you build that system, look for the things that get you in a state of flow. Look for those consistent routines that you can put in place for yourself, because the more routine something becomes, the more that opens up the rest of your brain to devote to the challenging task in front of you, to again increase the quality of your effort. and thereby the likelihood that your effort will yield the best results. And as you're focused on the progress of small wins and looking for that state of flow, what will help is a regular state of focus, of focused attention, focused energy, and to always be winning, asking the question, what's important now? Not dwelling on something that happened in the past or stressing about something that might happen in the future, but putting quality attention to the present in choosing to act on the thing that is most important right now. And to wrap things up, McKeown looks at what it means to actually be an essentialist. That essentialism isn't something that you do, it's something that you are. With the encouragement here to move the essentialist part of you to your core, that you live from a sense of essentialism and push the non-essentialist part of you away from that core. And then over time, working to increase that essentialist core as the non-essentialist exterior gets smaller and smaller. So that's a quick overview of what essentialism is all about. And each of the individual ideas here is actually an entire chapter within the book. So there's lots to continue digging into there. And for me, as I hope you've seen here, one of the tools that I use to help me both decide what is essential and then execute well on the things that I've chosen to say yes to is visual note-taking. This process of giving ideas a visual form, of creating diagrams and small scenes to help you wrap your head around whatever it is you have in front of you, to get the most out of the mental effort you put into your work. And if you would like to develop that skill to help make your yeses a little bit more impactful, then check out the resources at verbaltovisual.com. Thanks for watching this video. I hope that you're able to take some action on at least a few of these ideas and maybe move toward those activities that are essential and move away from the non-essential, because I do think that is something that leads to a more fulfilled life. That the disciplined pursuit of less has the potential to create more meaning. So thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Till then. Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. I'm Doug Neill, and today we're going to be talking about this book right here, Make It Stick, The Science of Successful Learning. This book came out about a decade ago and has been on my reading list for a while because even though I went to school to become a teacher and have been teaching and learning for much of my life, I've been wanting to have, kind of a set of principles based in science to influence how I teach, and also to reflect on the role that the skill that I teach, the skill of sketching out ideas, what that can play in the learning process. So what I would like to do today is sketch out some of my favorite ideas from that book and reflect a little bit on what they have to say about sketchnoting. I think the main ideas from this book fall into three categories that I'm going to capture as a Venn diagram. And if we capture or incorporate all three of these main ideas about successful learning, for at the center of this diagram, that's where we will be giving ourselves the best opportunity that what we learn will actually stick. So I'll first share each of these three main components, and then we'll do a little bit of a deep dive into each of them. The first of the three is that sticky learning is about retrieval, not review. So it's about pulling ideas from memory as opposed to just looking back at something like the things you underlined in a book or your highlights or rereading your bullet point notes. That type of rereading or review isn't helpful in solidifying that knowledge. What's more helpful is prompting yourself with some question and then having to pull that information from memory. The second overarching idea is that your learning be spaced and not crammed. So here you want a bit of separation between Each time you study a particular piece of information or practice a new skill, you want there to be a little bit of time in between those practice sessions, because it's actually helpful for you to forget a little bit, or for it to move kind of to a deeper part of your brain, so that it takes a little bit of effort that next time that you practice it. Because that effortful retrieval is good for you. It makes the connections in your brain stronger. The third big idea is that your practice be varied as opposed to monotonous. So here you want to kind of switch up your practice in some way so that you're not always doing exactly the same thing. You're not always practicing the material in the same way. You're keeping it interesting in a way that prevents your brain from kind of knowing what's gonna come next. It's not repetitive, but instead is varied in the way that life is varied. That you don't know what questions are gonna come up, when you're gonna need certain pieces of knowledge, or when you're going to need to put to use a particular skill. So if you just wanted to get what I consider to be the 3 biggest ideas from the book, you want those quick takeaways, there they are. Feel free to run with those if you would like. What we will do now is pull in some specific examples and a few more of the details from each of those 3 big ideas. Connected to the idea of retrieval as opposed to review, the authors highlight the, am I still in frame here? Not quite. Let's try that again. The testing effect. So this one I found to be interesting because quizzes have kind of a bad rap in the schooling experience as something that maybe is seen as not a particularly useful learning activity for students, maybe even kind of like a boring component of the schooling experience. But as it turns out, when you give your students or yourself a quiz where you have to pull some information from memory and respond to a particular question, what you're doing is this useful act of retrieval. You're solidifying the link between this question and the particular answer by kind of forcing your brain to search for that answer and pull it out of your memory, as opposed to accessing it just by looking at what you underlined in the textbook. And this doesn't always have to be kind of the, I don't know, boring multiple choice test here. It could be a fill in the blank, or it could be an open-ended question. And in fact, that open-endedness comes into play with another suggestion here in the category of retrieval, which is represented here with a journal that you maybe spend some time writing in every day or regularly in response to new things that you're learning. And this is the benefits of reflection and elaboration. So this could be achieved with a journal or with an open-ended question or prompt that you might see on a quiz. But here the purpose of reflection and elaboration is a little bit more about connecting the ideas that you're retrieving to something from your own personal life, your own past, your experiences, your interests, which helps you to connect the new ideas that you're learning to ideas that are already there in your brain. Let's add an I right there. This act of retrieval might also take the form of simple flashcards, where you add a question on one side or a prompt of some sort. The answer is on the back. You know how flashcards work. That's another kind of quick way of getting at the same sort of testing effect, where your job is to pull that information from memory. And it's a good way of kind of accurately testing how well you know something. And this is a key point that they make kind of over and over again throughout this book. If you focus on review instead of retrieval, review is where you look at what you underlined, you read your highlights, you review your notes. It gives you the sense of confidence that like, oh yeah, I know this. This all makes sense. I will remember this when I need it in the future. That's a false sense of confidence because understanding something while you're reading it is a lot different than pulling that information from memory. So that's what these three techniques get at. These ones a little bit more rote, this one a little bit more open-ended. Next, let's talk about spaced. Here a specific system was described called the Leitner system. I forget Leitner's first name, but the person who developed this kind of encouraged you to perhaps think about what you're reviewing as a set of boxes. So what I will draw here are, you might think of these as boxes to store flashcards, perhaps, as you're learning something new. And as your number of flashcards grow, let's say you're learning a new language and each flashcard has one vocabulary word on it, over time you're going to get a lot of those. You're not necessarily going to want to spend time every day with each of those. That will get maybe a little bit boring and repetitive and maybe take more time than you have. And reviewing those cards every single day is actually a little bit less efficient and effective because you're not giving your brain the opportunity to forget a little bit, to do the extra work of searching your brain for that piece of information, because that extra effort is what strengthens the connections. So the way this system works is that maybe you have one box for the newest information that you're learning that you maybe do want to quiz yourself on a daily basis. But then once you answer that correctly, maybe a few days in a row, then it can move to your weekly box. This is the information that you quiz yourself on once a week. Once you go a couple of weeks correctly answering a particular prompt, then it can move over to a monthly box. Once you have correctly answered these ones a couple months in a row, then it can move over to a quarterly, where every 3 months you test your knowledge. And this maybe is where it stays. Even if you keep getting those correct, you still want to do occasional review, occasional retrieval, I should say, because if you don't do any retrieval, then it is likely that that information will kind of completely fade into the background and you won't be able to pull it back when you need it. So maybe you set up these 4 boxes and if you get your weekly ones right a couple times, you get to move it up to the thing that you study only monthly. But if you get it wrong, here you probably want to go back all the way to daily and kind of start over again. So this is kind of a system for getting the most bang for your buck. Make sure that you're not studying material too frequently, but you're spacing it out enough to make your learning efficient. Only study daily the things that you need to study daily. But then even in the kind of largest space, you're still making sure to regularly practice the information that is still important to you, that you want to be able to pull out and use on a moment's notice. So that's the key idea with spacing out your learning. Next, let's tackle the third component of keeping some variety to your studying habits. And there's 2 examples that I want to bring in here, both of which involve physical skills and sports in one form or another. The first one is a baseball example, so I'm going to attempt to draw a pitcher winding up for the pitch. And then, of course, we're going to have a batter over here. What might be a common practice in baseball and perhaps other sports is that, say you're doing batting practice, maybe in recent games you've struck out a couple times because of curveballs. So you want to get practice hitting curveballs. So your coach throws you curveball after curveball after curveball, and you start to get really good at hitting them. Your confidence grows. You're like, hey, I'm ready now. For the next time that pitcher's going to throw me a curveball, I'm going to knock it out of the park. There's a key difference between that practice experience and what you're going to face in a game, and that's that when you step up to the plate, you have no idea what type of pitch is going to be thrown. You don't know when it's going to be a curveball. So in practice, what you got good at is hitting curveballs when you know a curveball is coming. But really what you need to get good at is the discrimination skills of interpreting in a split second what type of pitch it is and whether it's worth taking a swing at. So that's an example of including helpful variation in the skill building process so that what you develop are those discrimination skills, so that you get good at recognizing when it's a curveball or fastball or knuckleball. So this is an example of a physical skill, but the same applies to something maybe more purely intellectual. I think an example given was someone who's learning how to identify different birds. It's more helpful to study a variety of birds, to intermix the type of birds that you're identifying, instead of focusing on one species of bird at a time. Because that focus on one species at a time, that's not true to the experience that you'll have when you're out on a hike, listening and looking for birds. It's the discrimination skills among different species that's more important and more useful. Another interesting example in this same realm had to do with tossing a bag into a bucket, which isn't an actual game, but is close enough to cornhole, which is what I thought I would sketch out here to make this point. With one board over here, one about right here. So when you're playing cornhole, the range of where you are as the person throwing is somewhere right around here. I think this is true, just to the right or just to the left of your board here. What they actually found was that it was more useful to practice not exclusively in this area, but instead a little bit in front of and a little bit behind where you actually throw. So practicing here or back over here. Folks got better at actually successfully throwing the bag into the bucket, even if the goal was to get good at throwing it into the bucket from a distance of 4 feet. I think they had two different groups. One group of people only practiced at 4 feet. The other group practiced from 3 feet and then from 5 feet. And then they both had a test where they saw how good they were at throwing the bag into the bucket at 4 feet. The folks who practiced at 3 feet and 5 feet were better at that task than the folks who only practiced at 4 feet. Now, the implications for cornhole might not be that interesting, but think about free throws. If the results of that study are repeatable, that means if you're practicing your free throw shots, it will be more helpful to practice in front of the free throw line and behind the free throw line, and not just specifically in that one spot where the free throw line is. That's pretty counterintuitive. And I don't know if there's any coach out there that is actually practicing free throws in that way, encouraging their players to. So my hope there is that those kind of extra examples give a little bit more depth to these key ideas of focusing on retrieval instead of review, spacing out your learning instead of cramming, and making sure that your learning activities are varied instead of monotonous. If we start to think now about how that applies to the development of your sketchnoting skills, one implication is that you practice drawing elements that are in your visual vocabulary, not by looking at a reference, but seeing if you can draw those things from memory, and then practice different categories of drawings and diagrams together, as opposed to just practicing drawing people, and then just practice drawing notebooks and pens, to maybe mix up the category of drawings or diagrams or writing styles, because that's what you'll be doing in a sketchnoting session. You're not only going to be drawing people or only writing words, you're going to be doing it all together. So weave that variation into your practice. I also think it's helpful to think about what the creation of a visual artifact, like the one behind me now, what that facilitates in the future as it relates to solidifying new information and helping you apply strategies or ideas you learned in the future. If you think about that retrieval process, I think it's easier to retrieve a picture from your mind than it is a bullet point list or key ideas within a paragraph. So one thing you might practice retrieving from memory is something like this full sketch note. That's what I enjoy doing, especially with the books that I read, is if I'm out on a walk or going for a run. I find it helpful and interesting to think about a book that I've read in the past year or past couple of years. If I created this sort of visual summary of it, I try to piece together that visual summary in my mind as I'm pulling in those key concepts from the book and applying them to what's going on in my life at that moment. I like to use books like these as a lens through which to view my current actions or the current thing that I'm dealing with. So I might ask myself, what would the book Make It Stick have to say about the way that I'm teaching the skill of sketchnoting and encouraging others to develop this skill? What would the book What Works by Tara McMullen have to say about how I'm thinking about goal setting for 2024? What would the book The Psychology of Money have to say about how I'm thinking through my financial decisions? And while yes, I could simply review my past notes as I'm thinking through those things, I do like the idea of being able to pull that from my memory in the moment when I'm making various decisions and having a visual like this that I am over time kind of embedding into my brain through spaced retrieval. I find that to be an intriguing proposition and something that's kind of fun to work toward. If you too would like to develop the skill of sketching out ideas to deepen your learning of the books you're reading or podcasts you're listening to, conferences you're attending, I encourage you to check out the resources at verbaltovisual.com. There you can find a full library of courses to get you up and running with this skill. And I hope that you found this particular visual summary to be useful for your own learning, perhaps your own teaching. So I wish you luck in implementing these ideas to whatever skills or knowledge you're developing right now. And I look forward to sketching out more interesting ideas in the next video. See you then. In his book Digital Minimalism, Cal Newport makes the case for being more intentional about the technologies that you allow into your life. In this video, I'd like to sketch out some of my favorite ideas from that book, and then share how I'm applying them both in my personal and professional life. The book is broken down into two sections. First, foundations, and then practices. On the foundational side, Newport outlines how technology is not neutral. In particular, the software that we use has been carefully engineered to create behavioral addictions that lead to more eyeballs on the screen, and therefore more money in the pockets of big tech companies. As users, what this can feel like every time we whip out our phone and refresh whatever social media app you visit most often, the reason that's so enticing is that we're gambling for likes. We want to see the reactions to our most recent post. And while there might be the slightest dopamine hit when we do see those likes or positive comments, it's a pretty dangerous game that we're playing with our overall emotional well-being. Because no matter how many likes we get or how many positive comments there are, that good feeling never really rises up to the bar that we'd like it to. And it's also quite fleeting, disappearing within minutes, causing you to want to check it again, hoping that new likes have rolled in. This relationship to technology is not healthy, which is what prompted Newport to explore how to combat it. And what he came up with was a philosophy of digital minimalism, which he describes as a philosophy of technology use in which you focus your online time on a small number of carefully selected and optimized activities that strongly support things you value, and then happily miss out on everything else. He contrasts this minimalist approach to a maximalist approach. On that maximalist side, the approach is to adopt any new technology so long as it provides even a tiny benefit to your life. The problem with that, as Newport points out, is that if we only look at the benefits, we might be neglecting the significant cost that comes along with the adoption of that particular technology. So instead of that approach of any potential benefit being enough, Newport proposes the minimalist approach, where you recognize that life is short. You only have so much time and attention, and therefore any amount of clutter in your life is very costly. Here he quotes Thoreau, who said that the cost of a thing is the amount of what I will call life is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run. So how much life are you giving up in order to reap the particular benefit of any given technology? Another important component of this minimalist approach is optimization. So it's not just if you'll use a particular technology, but also how you'll use it. So take Netflix, for example. It's not just a matter of whether you watch Netflix or you don't. If you choose to bring Netflix into your life, you might add the optimization of not ever watching Netflix alone. So you still get to enjoy your favorite shows, but only with other people. That removes the temptation entirely of binging a whole series completely on your own and then regretting it later. And then a third important piece to this minimalist philosophy is the fact that intentionality is satisfying. It feels good to move in the direction of your values, as opposed to always just falling back on convenience. And to get a taste for what the life of a digital minimalist would feel like, Newport encourages you to take on a digital declutter, a 30-day break from optional technologies. Before you do that, though, it's important to plan out replacements. Decide what you will do instead of scrolling Instagram for 45 minutes every day, or instead of watching Netflix for 2 hours every night. And that's where the practices come in. The first practice that Newport describes is in response to one particular effect of heavy social media use, and that's solitude deprivation. Because of all of the ways that we can connect with other people on our phone, a device that you always have with you, that creates the condition where it's entirely possible to completely banish solitude from your life. And it's that deprivation of solitude that contributes to the sharp rise in anxiety and depression that we've seen. The countermeasure to that solitude deprivation is pretty straightforward. Spend time alone. Newport encourages you to take long walks, not with your phone out, not with your headphones on, listening to a new podcast, but simply being with your own thoughts. Because solitude is this state where your mind is free from input of other minds, which is quite refreshing these days. You can use that time to think through a professional problem, maybe do some self-reflection on a particular aspect of your life, or do what Newport calls gratitude walks. Just enjoying nice weather and whatever scenery surrounds you. And paradoxically, that solitude is likely to make you appreciate human connection when you get back to it. But the type of connection that you get back to is actually pretty important. In fact, Newport makes a distinction between connection, the ability to see what someone else has posted and react to those posts, and conversation, real-time, face-to-face, hearing someone else's voice. The connection that occurs through social media doesn't actually do much to maintain a relationship because of how low bandwidth it is, compared to real conversations where you're drawing from facial expressions and tone of voice. That's high bandwidth communication that actually does count toward maintaining a relationship. So in that way, social media is kind of the worst of both worlds. You create this state of solitude deprivation, while at the same time connecting with others in a way that doesn't actually support any relationships, not in a meaningful way. So one practice that Newport encourages is to hold conversation office hours. Identify a recurring space in your schedule to chat with other people. If you've got a long commute home, let your friends know that that's a good time to give you a call, or initiate those calls yourself. Or maybe spend an evening or a weekend morning always at a particular coffee shop and reach out to friends encouraging them to join you there. And finally, the last push that Newport makes is an encouragement to seek out high-quality leisure, maybe by identifying a specific craft that you'd like to get good at, even and especially when that's a demanding activity. And in fact, there's the encouragement here to prioritize those demanding activities over passive consumption, because that energy you expend on high-quality leisure can actually energize you even more. So whether that's taking up woodworking, or becoming handy around the house, or taking up weaving, find a craft that allows you to make something in the physical world. And then another category of high quality leisure is what Newport calls supercharged socializing. This could be something like gathering friends together for a card or board game, or even joining a recreational sports league. The key here for this supercharged socializing is to seek out activities that require real-world, structured social interactions. It's the structure of a board game or a particular sport that takes pressure off of how you will socialize and makes it easier to enjoy the time you spend with other people. So with that as an overview of some of the key ideas, let me next share with you how I've been applying them to my life. Here's a quick sketch that I made for myself when I was deciding what I wanted my digital declutter to look like, with the idea of the declutter not being a thing that you only do for 30 days, but rather this experiment that you take on to decide what you want to carry with you after those 30 days. I'll point out two of the most impactful pieces of my plan. One was taking on that example that I already shared of not watching Netflix alone. And specifically, my wife and I have identified just 2 evenings each week that we'll watch Netflix or any other streaming service. That's what Friday and Saturday nights are for, unless we're doing some other social activity, which, with a couple of babies in the house, doesn't happen all that often these days. Instead of defaulting to watching Netflix after dinner every night, we now have a game night set aside on Tuesdays, and then the other nights of the week we spend reading, which is related to the other most impactful part of my plan here, totally removing YouTube, podcast, and Twitter consumption from my life. Even though I've been off of social media for a while, I still had the tendency to check a couple of Twitter accounts regularly, and then was a very frequent viewer of YouTube and often listened to podcasts. And while those aren't inherently bad sources of media, I've found that I enjoy the process of reading books so much more, specifically physical books, that I can mark up while reading, like I did with Digital Minimalism that supported the creation of that visual summary that I just shared. So rather than filling any little bit of downtime by watching a YouTube video or listening to a bit of a podcast, I've always got a few books on hand that I can pick up and continue reading. And what I've noticed is how good I feel after spending even just 20 minutes reading a book, compared to how I would often feel after watching 20 minutes of YouTube or listening to a bit of a podcast or browsing Twitter. Those activities often either raised my anxiety level or brought up unhealthy comparisons or reminded me of a bunch of things that I feel like I should be doing that I'm not. The experience of reading a physical book and the pace of that media consumption hits a sweet spot for me. And I'm now long past the 30 days of dedicated digital declutter, and I have no desire to look back. So I hope these examples here show you how you might implement some of the core principles of digital minimalism. There are plenty of other examples that you will find within the book, along with a bunch of practices that I didn't have time to mention here, but I hope that you enjoyed this visual summary. If you like how I've sketched out these ideas and want to develop this skill yourself, that's precisely what I teach inside of Verbal to Visual. That's a course and community platform that I run where we focus on the skill of sketchnoting. So if you'd like to explore that skill and maybe create your own visual summaries of the books you're reading or the podcasts you're listening to, then come join us over at verbaltovisual.com. Thank you so much for watching. Good luck incorporating some of this digital minimalism into your life, and I look forward to sharing more ideas with you next time. Till then. How strategic are you being in your approach to a project that you're working on right now, perhaps a business that you're building, or even just a goal that you're working toward? An effective strategy could be the difference between success or failure in any of those realms. But what is strategy exactly? That is a question that Michael Porter addressed in his article way back in 1996, published in the Harvard Business Review, eventually included in this compilation in 2011, and it came to my attention thanks to a newsletter by Barrett Brooks, former COO of ConvertKit, who's now doing his own thing, recently launched a podcast called Good Work with Barrett Brooks, first guest James Clear. I'll link to that down below. But what I would like to do here is sketch out a summary of this article, because I've realized that strategy is something that is important to me and I think very relevant to the work that I do, teaching the skill of sketching out ideas. Because whether I'm making a visual summary of a book that I've read or planning out a project, at the core what I'm attempting to do is visualize the strategy behind a book or the strategy with which I would like to approach a project. So I think that me getting clear on what strategy is will support my work, and I hope that the same goes for you. The anchor to my visual summary is going to be one of the examples included within that article, an example that has some personal significance to me in that it's a company I'm familiar with. You probably are too. I've got one of their products just off camera. I bet you can already tell what this example is if you yourself have experienced it. It is the juggernaut that is IKEA. And throughout this video, I will be sharing some of the major components of IKEA's business strategy as it relates to the core ideas that Michael Porter shares in this article. The first thing that Porter does is make a clear distinction between operational effectiveness and strategy. Operational effectiveness is essentially about just doing things well, following best practices around the production and selling and delivery of whatever product or service you're offering. Operational effectiveness is fairly easily emulated by others, so it's not going to set you apart. There's going to be the assumption that you do all those things well. That's kind of your entry point. It's a strategy that can distinguish you from your competitors or can make your project stand out amongst the others out there. And the first aspect of strategy that Porter points out is the fact that strategy rests on unique activities. It's about what you do that's different than what other people do. And it's not about mission, it's not about values, it's about what you do. And since IKEA is a build-it-yourself furniture offering, let's bring in some of the tools that you will likely see when you open up an instruction manual for whatever piece of furniture you just purchased. A couple of screwdrivers and probably a hammer. One of the things that makes IKEA unique is the limited customer service that they provide. IKEA is not going to hold your hand through the purchasing and selection process. Their stores, these huge warehouses that you navigate through and where you can see sample living rooms and bedrooms and kitchens and all the products you might purchase. From the shopping to the building of what you ultimately might buy, a lot of it's on you, on the customer. There are, of course, employees to help you out if you need it, but there's plenty that you can do on your own. Another thing that makes IKEA unique is their modular furniture design. If I were to show you just this image, or perhaps this one, representing what might be the most sold piece of furniture ever, a piece of furniture that is in my office. If you see a diagram like this and you have experience with this brand, you will immediately recognize it and probably have memories associated with it. This, of course, is part of the Billy bookcase that is sold some number of times every single minute. And it also helps to illustrate the second point about strategy, that a sustainable strategic position requires trade-offs. You will have to make decisions not just about the things that you'll do, but the things that you will intentionally not do. And to represent that in the style of an IKEA instruction manual, being explicit about the fact that we do this, and as a company, as an individual, we don't do this. IKEA offers affordable, clean, somewhat minimal furniture options. That's what they do. They don't offer a ton of customer support. They focus on a modular furniture design, which means that they don't have thousands of opportunities for customization. We don't hold your hand through the entire process, but instead focus on self-selection, both as you're making your decisions about what furniture you'd like to purchase as you walk through all those different display rooms. And also, once you make it to the end and have your list, you as the customer go to the warehouse and pick it up. Those decisions around the activities that IKEA will do and not do is both what makes it unique as a company and what keeps prices low for us customers. So as you think about your strategy for how you're taking on your project or building your company, you're not going to be able to do everything that you might want to. And the pursuit of everything will actually hinder your progress. So you've got to ask yourself, what do you do? What are you about? And what are you not about? This is a super useful constraint that might be hard to implement at first, but the thing that can ultimately set you apart and make your strategy successful. And the third and most important component of strategy is that it is fit that drives both competitive advantage and sustainability. Fit is about how well the activities that you choose to do fit together. Is there good alignment between those activities? And Porter identifies 3 layers of fit that kind of build on each other. The first layer, which I will represent with the simple little mini wooden dowels that you use to help join the furniture together. These little guys over here. That first level of fit is simple consistency. Are your activities consistent with each other? Are they working toward the same goal? Do they have the same values, the same theme, serving the same audience? This is your baseline level of fit. From there, you might move to the level of fit that I will represent with the support piece here that goes into the wall, into the side of a Billy bookcase right here and here to support one of the shelves. We'll use that to represent reinforcing activities. This is where one of the activities that you do makes another one stronger. So in this case, the modular furniture design supports and reinforces the activity of limited customer service because of how relatively easy this furniture is to put together. So are the activities that you're taking on in the realm of marketing and product development and product or service delivery, do those activities reinforce each other? If so, you're on your way to a good strategy. But you might not yet be at the third level of fit, represented by what I think is my favorite task to complete when you're building something from IKEA, where you screw this into one board and then join it to another with this little guy at a perpendicular angle that cinches everything together. It's so satisfying. And this represents optimization of effort. Can one of the activities that you choose to take on actually eliminate the need for another activity? How many nails and how much time spent hammering does this innovative joinery activity here prevent for us as the customer? Or from IKEA's point of view, how much effort is optimized when you take into account the modular furniture design and low manufacturing cost combined with limited customer service and self-selection by customer? You can see how much optimization of effort is going on here because of the specific trade-offs that IKEA is making, not desiring to be this high-end furniture store, but instead focused on people shopping on a budget. Maybe they just moved into their first home. They need some furniture that looks pretty good, that's not going to break the bank. They want to save money by doing things themselves. They maybe even enjoy the experience of walking through all those display rooms, gathering the materials, even building them yourself. There's something satisfying about that. So what IKEA has done is developed a very successful strategy that meets the needs of a specific customer, that is based in activities that make them unique from their competitors, where they are very clear about the trade-offs that they're making, what they're choosing to do, what they're choosing not to do, and where those combinations of activities fit together well, where there's plenty of consistency across the board, and in some cases where certain activities reinforce others, and in the best case scenario, where some of those decisions about the activities they'll take on has completely removed the need for others. IKEA has made their way along this progression of fit to the point where I think it's safe to say more of their activities live in these two realms than even in simple consistency. And whether or not you shop at IKEA, I hope that this little sketch here maybe helped you to think about the strategy that you're using, the activities that you are taking on related to a project that's important to you or a business that you're building. It's been a helpful framework for me to think about what I do here at Verbal to Visual, where my goal is to help people develop their visual thinking skills. A big component of my strategy is making YouTube videos that fall in one of two categories. I sketch out visual summaries of things that interest me, mostly books, sometimes articles, and I make videos specifically about visual thinking, how you can develop and use these skills. The first maybe brings new people into this world, the second helps them get started on their own path, and then perhaps after finding me here, folks might dive into one of my other activities where I write books, make online courses, host workshops for organizations, and speak at events. And I think there's at least the potential for all of those activities to be reinforcing, if not also optimizing my effort, because the YouTube videos that I make about visual thinking will often end up in A book or a course or a workshop or a talk. A talk that I give might lead someone to my YouTube channel where they can explore more. A book that I read and then sketchnote actually supports my own business because of what I'm able to learn and apply. In a workshop that I host, someone asks a question that sparks the topic for a future video. And all along the way, I'm leaning on a style, one marker, one piece of paper, no fancy editing, that I hope makes this skill approachable, accessible. For folks who are maybe new to this and perhaps have some fear of making marks that aren't just letters, of sketching things out in simple diagrams and drawings, my goal is to break down those barriers to getting started with this type of work. And I hope that that comes across in the very activities that you get to see me doing and hear me talking about. So thank you for watching this video. And if you would like to dive deeper into the world of visual thinking and develop these skills for yourself, check out the resources at verbaltovisual.com. Right now, I'm particularly excited about teaching this skill with the explicit intention of helping an individual or an organization better understand and better communicate their strategy, internally and externally. I'm developing a program called Sketch Strategy that I encourage you to keep an eye out for. If you want to chat about it right away, feel free to reach out. Doug at verbaltovisual.com. And do stick around here for more visual summaries of interesting ideas and for more tips on how you can develop this skill set yourself. Good luck developing your own strategy. I'll see you again soon. By the time we reach adulthood and come face to face with the full complexities of life, balancing out career aspirations and a family life and a social life, and hopefully also a healthy internal life, when we get to that stage of adulthood and those full levels of responsibility, we've already been through years of training around managing our time. From experiences in early education through to high school and college, time-strict schedules have marked the path for us. But what if managing your time wasn't the best way to actually perform well at work and show up in the way that you would like to in your personal life? The authors of the book, The Power of Full Engagement, Jim Lohr and Tony Schwartz, argue that it's actually energy, not time, that's the fundamental currency of high performance. And in this video, I'm going to share a visual summary of some of the key ideas from that book because I've found them to be incredibly impactful, and they've shifted the way that I approach my life and the decisions that I make each day. One of the first things they point out about time compared to energy is that time is a fixed quantity. There's only so much of it every day. Energy, on the other hand, is not fixed. The amount of energy that you have during any specific period of time is totally dependent on a whole variety of conditions. And the overall argument of this book is that it's worth it to pay more attention to your energy than it is to pay attention to time and specific schedules. Because that focus on time comes from a machine-centered way of viewing the world and of viewing the human experience in it. That machine-centered approach is all about the optimization of technology and equipment. But we humans are not machines, and thinking of ourselves as one isn't that helpful. So instead, this focus on energy comes from a human-centered point of view, where the goal here is the optimization of alertness and performance, emphasizing again that it's not necessarily the amount of time that you devote to any particular task, it's the quality of the energy that you give to that task. And as I'm sure you can imagine, whether you're thinking about time spent with family or time spent on a work project, even just 20 minutes of high quality energy does a ton more good than an hour or two of very low energy toward that task. That machine-centered approach reminds me of some ideas that I read about in Cal Newport's book, Digital Minimalism, which I explored in another video. In that book, Newport contrasts digital minimalism to digital maximalism, where the idea is to adopt any new technology that provides even the smallest benefit, disregarding the potentially huge cost that might come along with the adoption of that technology. That digital maximalist or machine-centered approach has the potential to lead us astray from what's actually the most helpful for us. Searching for the best productivity app might take you in the wrong direction. Rather than seeking out that external technological tool, better to turn inward and pay more attention to the energy that you're bringing to the work in front of you. So the goal of this book then is to help us bring our best energy to the various things we spend our time on each day. And what I found to be helpful here are the 4 categories of energy that the authors choose to focus on. The first is physical, with the ideal state being physically energized. Then there's emotional energy, with the goal of feeling emotionally connected. Then we've got mental energy, with the ideal state being mentally focused. And last but not least, spiritual energy, with the ideal state being when our actions are in alignment with our deepest values. Now, of course, these different categories of energy aren't independent of each other. They are very much connected. But the authors point out that generally we tend to be overtrained, overextended when it comes to the mental energy and emotional energy that we expend each day, often in the service of getting more done quicker. And we tend to neglect our physical energy and our spiritual energy. And as you'll see in a few minutes here, the authors devote a full chapter to each of these types of energy. But first, let's take a deeper look into how these authors think about energy in general, and then we'll apply it to these specific areas. So there's one main idea that the authors hammer home time and time again throughout this book, and that's the importance of this cycle of expending energy and then giving yourself time to recover energy before you go expend more of it. That cycle is what we as human beings need in order to continue performing well. And they point out that if you manage that cycle well, you can actually expand your capacity for work, your capacity to expend energy in any one of those 4 categories that we just mentioned. So here that's like increasing the size of your battery. In order to increase that size, you first have to expend energy past your current limits, but then equally important is giving yourself the opportunity to recover. Without that recovery period, your battery doesn't grow, you just burn out. On the flip side of that, if you don't expend energy within one of those given categories, your battery will contract. Your tank of physical energy, for example, or your tank of spiritual energy will be smaller because of its lack of use. So what I find helpful about this overall framework is that it encourages you to have this balance of expending energy and recovering energy across those 4 categories. That's what will lead to a fully engaged life, which is one of the ways I define success in my life. And here they encourage you to think about your energy use throughout the day as oscillating with peaks and valleys, times when you're working hard in a given area, other times when you're resting. That oscillation stands in pretty stark contrast to a linear view of energy expenditure, which I feel like often is at the core of a bunch of productivity systems or time management systems. The assumption that within every single block of 30 minutes from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., you'll be able to bring the same amount of energy. That's just not how humans work. So as you think about and plan out your days, you should plan for that oscillation in energy, not for a steady state of it. And it's with the idea of planning for that oscillation that rituals come in. Some rituals that focus on the exercise piece, the expenditure of energy, other rituals that focus on the recovery side. It's the balance of those 2 types of rituals throughout your day that will help you maximize the quality of energy, the quality of attention that you're able to bring to each task, each interaction, each thing that you encounter throughout the day. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about this book is how many examples of those rituals that they provide. You get these snapshots of real people that the authors worked with and the specific challenges that they had and the rituals that they built into their days to address those challenges and kind of balance out those energies. Add some exercise in the categories that were lacking, add some recovery in those that were overextended. Throughout the rest of this video, I'll be sharing some of my rituals as we look at each category of energy, starting with physical. The authors describe your physical energy as the most fundamental of the 4, because if you're lacking on your physical energy level, it's pretty hard to bring high quality emotional, mental, or spiritual energy to whatever it is that's in front of you. And here I'll highlight 5 components of your physical health that are worth paying attention to, starting with the breath. Probably the simplest and most accessible lever of physical energy that can be accessed through deep breathing. This cycle between taking a deep breath in to a count of 3 and then a slow breath out to a count of 6. It's sometimes surprising how easy it is for us to get stuck in this shallow breathing based on whatever stresses we might be encountering throughout the day. But taking the time to slow down, go through a few cycles of this deep breathing, that's an example of these small but impactful recovery activities that, when done regularly throughout the day, add up to have a huge impact. In this case, on the physical energy that you can bring to a task, but also the bit of emotional recovery that comes with those deep breaths. But of course, deep breathing alone won't bring you all of the physical energy you need. Food is pretty darn important too. And the approach that the authors suggest here, yes, eating the 3 standard meals of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but never overdoing it on those meals and having a snack in between so that you replenish that source of energy every 3 hours or so. And that's one area you can imagine that oscillation in practice, with the goal here of sustained energy throughout the day. Never letting yourself get too hungry, but also never getting too full. Those 3-hour cycles, plus the tip of drinking lots of water throughout the day, will give your body what it needs from a nutritional standpoint. And in the book, they dive deeper into the specific types of foods that they encourage, in case you want to check that out. And then the piece of advice that you're probably tired of hearing, but maybe not yet actually applying to your life, getting enough sleep. The importance of that 7 to 8 hours every night. Though that might be familiar, I feel like the reminder never hurts, especially remembering that it's during sleep that growth and repair occurs throughout your body, within your brain, of course, but also your whole system, keeping you healthy and working the way it should. With sleep filling that recovery part of the energy cycle, spending time on your physical fitness gets at the exercise part. And the authors talk about the benefits both of cardio work and strength training, with the goal being to rhythmically raise and lower your heart rate. How good that is for your body, how good that is for your brain. And then in addition to sleep being the way you recover at night, it's also worth pointing out the importance of recovery throughout the day, specifically needed every 90 to 120 minutes. Here they point out that in addition to circadian rhythms that occur every 24 hours, there are also ultradian cycles that occur throughout the day. And how when you look at the combination of circadian rhythms and ultradian rhythms, the lowest point overall is around 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon, which for me is helpful to know that that has a biological cause, and it might not be the best idea to fight that dip with caffeine or just self-imposed pressure to get more work done. Better instead to fill that time with a recovery activity. And here I'll share a few of my rituals that apply to physical energy. I've settled into a 3-part exercise routine that I really enjoy. I'll go for a run on one day, do some yoga the next, and then some strength training the day after that, and then start the cycle over again. I like that variety each day, never doing the same type of exercise 2 days in a row. And I think that hits at a nice overall balance of some cardio, some strength, and some flexibility. I also find that this exercise routine hits on all 4 categories of energy. It is, of course, a physical experience, but it also leads to emotional recovery and, especially when I'm out on a run, good mental activity. Insights often come without me really having to work at it. And then yoga in particular, and also running outside, have a spiritual component to them that I enjoy. And the second, newer physical ritual that I started after reading this book is a deep breathing practice. I try to kickstart that when I first enter my home office after breakfast, do a handful of cycles then, because I find that having a dedicated time in the morning for some deep breathing, that just makes it more likely that I'll remember to do it throughout the day after that, especially in those times when I maybe am transitioning from one mode of work to another. Speaking of transitions, let's move next to emotional energy. With this, as well as the next 2 types of energy, the authors identify the metaphorical muscles that are worth exercising here. That fits along with the general theme of athletics that is also a part of the background of these researchers, where they first identified the importance of small but impactful recovery systems. As someone who played a lot of sports growing up and continues to enjoy physical activity, those references to athletic performance and how they can tie directly to other forms of performance really resonated with me. For emotional energy, the muscles they identified are self-confidence, self-control, social skills, and empathy. And the thing that I'd like to highlight from this chapter are first the things that tend to expend your emotional energy, and then some activities to help you recover that energy. On the expenditure side, it tends to be negative emotions that draw down your energy levels. Emotions like fear and frustration, anger and sadness. And there's some nice nuance here. The author's pointing out that those negative emotions aren't entirely bad. In fact, they play an important role in life. They direct us toward something that needs addressing. On the flip side of that, experiencing too much of those negative emotions releases stress hormones that can become toxic in your body. So the approach here is not to ignore those negative emotions, but instead to first acknowledge them, but then rather than just sitting within them for long periods of time, try to move toward a recovery activity that helps bring you back to at least a neutral, if not positive state, where you're more likely to be able to address the thing that caused that negative emotion in the first place. So this is where the refueling activities come in. To refill your emotional energy tank, the authors encourage you to seek out activities for pure enjoyment or that are deeply relaxing. One example is a person who signed up for dance classes after work a couple days a week, and the joy that that brought into her life, not to mention the physical benefits as well. Reading fiction was another example that fits more into the deeply relaxing category. Time spent in nature gets at both, as does grabbing a cup of coffee with a good friend and having a nice chat. Some of these activities make me think once again of digital minimalism and what Newport calls high-quality leisure, and how those are the types of activities that you might bring into your life after ramping down on the amount of digital media that you consume. And one example here from the world of athletics, tennis specifically, was comparing and contrasting the career of John McEnroe and Jimmy Connors. The heyday of these two athletes was a bit before my time, but even so, I was familiar with McEnroe, really only because of his reputation for getting angry and frustrated, throwing rackets, yelling at the refs. Connors, on the other hand, I hadn't heard of. And while both of these athletes were very successful, the important distinction is that McEnroe had an angry, short career, whereas Connors had a joyful and playful, long career, which just highlights how leaning too far into those negative emotions, even if you feel like those are fueling you, they're not sustainable. Not in the way that approaching that sport, that career, that family life in a joyful and playful manner are. But again, I appreciate that importance of giving the appropriate amount of attention to negative emotions, not blocking them out, not ignoring them, but instead acknowledging and addressing them. For me, that fits into mindfulness, a skill that I've tried to develop over the years. This general, ever-present awareness of what's going on inside of you, some non-judgmental observation, and then responding accordingly. In getting to some of my routines here, I'll mention first a decision that I made after reading Digital Minimalism, and that was to dramatically cut down on my digital media consumption, not watching Netflix alone, not visiting Twitter or Facebook or Instagram at all, even cutting back on my podcast listening, and instead shifting my media consumption almost exclusively to physical books, both fiction and nonfiction. I start and end my day reading a novel. I enjoy that both as a way to kind of wake up and then also as a way to wind down. And then at various times throughout the day, in between work tasks or family commitments, I've got a couple of nonfiction books that I'm reading. And as I think about my life over the past few months since I made that shift in the type of media that I consume, I think it's within this category of emotional energy that I've seen the biggest impact. My overall energy levels are a lot higher and a lot more positive than they were when social media was a big part of my life or when I was watching a lot of Netflix on my own. And as I mentioned in the previous section, I feel like my exercise routine has a large impact on my emotional energy levels as well, where I'm expending physical energy but refueling my emotional energy. Let's next move to the third category of mental energy. The individual muscles to build being mental preparation, positive self-talk, creativity, effective time management, and visualization. It's worth pointing out the paradox of time management showing up here. Even though this book as a whole is about energy management, time management is still a useful skill. but I think of it as one that's lower in the hierarchy. It's useful, it has its place, but it's somewhat secondary to energy management. Within this chapter, the authors identify a set of performance enhancers related to the use of mental energy, the value of sustained concentration, as opposed to bouncing too quickly from one task to the next, or trying to do multiple tasks at once. Here I'm reminded again of Cal Newport's work, this time the book Deep Work, which I found to be helpful in shaping my approach to the creative work that I do. Another performance enhancer is moving from broad to narrow, thinking about the topic in front of you from a very broad, zoomed out perspective, and then zooming back in and taking the narrow view. How viewing things from both of those perspectives can enhance the quality of your mental work. A similar cycle is a back and forth between an internal focus, what's going on inside of you, how the ideas are applied to your life, and an external focus, how what you're working on applies to other people. And the fourth performance enhancer is realistic optimism. And I really like that combination of words. It's not about head in the clouds or head in the sand. It's about keeping your eyes open, seeing the world as it is, and always working positively toward a desired outcome or solution. Maintaining that sense of realistic optimism will help you do better work without getting distracted by fantasies or bogged down by self-doubt or whatever frustration might be the current barrier to the work at hand. Another kind of more general tip here when it comes to mental energy is how powerful it can be to intermittently change mental channels. And this concept here maybe had one of the most dramatic impacts on how I think about my day and how I choose the sequence of activities that I might take on. I mentioned starting my day with fiction, but then reading plenty of nonfiction throughout the day, bouncing from that type of activity to maybe sketching out some of the ideas that I'm reading about, then moving from that type of mental work over to editing a video, for example. From there, maybe I'll shift over to those more internal activities to an external one and engage with the community members inside of Verbal to Visual, the online learning platform that I host where I teach the skill that I'm demonstrating here called sketchnoting, also known as visual note-taking. Then maybe I'll hop back to some editing or reading, then maybe hop over to email for those one-on-one interactions, clear that particular inbox out, then maybe back to some sketching or switching over to some rest. I feel pretty lucky to have the flexibility in my schedule to decide what type of activity to spend the next 30 minutes or an hour on, then stepping back, maybe taking a deep breath or two and thinking about what mental channel would feel the most refreshing to switch to next. I also think this applies well to thinking about the 4 different categories of energy. Instead of just switching between mental channels, sometimes I recognize I need a break from mental work entirely and would benefit from expending some physical energy. Within this chapter on mental energy, the authors also do a deep dive into the brain and how creativity works. They talk about the differences between what's going on in the left side of the brain versus the right side of the brain. How the left side is where sequential and time-conscious and logical thinking occurs, and the right side is where spatial thinking, relating parts to the whole, and where intuition and insight crop up. And as far as creativity goes, they identify this 5-step process that involves a bouncing back and forth between the right and left hemispheres of the brain. Starting on the right side with a first insight, the initial spark of a new idea, then hop into the left for saturation, more of a research stage, intentionally explore whatever was at the core of that insight. Then you hop back to the right side for an incubation period where you're mulling over those ideas. The next step of illumination is also on the right side. That's where a breakthrough occurs, something that helps you bring all of those ideas together or recognize the most important nugget of whatever it is you've been thinking about. And then it's back to the left side for verification, where you think more logically through whatever it is that you came up with to confirm how valid or not it is. Those activities that occur in the right hemisphere, those happen when not actively seeking answers. which highlights the importance of changing mental channels throughout your day, but also providing those activities that are purely about recovery or that focus on expending energy in one of the other three categories. Like how I mentioned, going for a run is often a great time to let my mind wander, and that's where those creative steps of first insight, incubation, and illumination often occur. Let's now move to the fourth and final category of energy, spiritual. In a lot of ways, this is the one that I was maybe most curious about because I wanted to know how they define spiritual energy and what type of activities would fall into the exercise or recovery categories. The definition resonated with me more than I thought it might, which focuses on this alignment between your actions and your deepest values. The metaphorical muscles here being character, passion, integrity, honesty, and commitment, where spirituality is about the connection to a deeply held set of values and to a purpose beyond our self-interest. And it's this category of energy that's probably the easiest to overlook. But taking the time to identify your deepest values and to identify a purpose that exists beyond your own self-interest, that in itself becomes an energy source that feeds into all the others and that will support the particular actions that you take each day. On the exercise side of things, some of the activities that you can do to tap into spiritual energy are things like meditation, yoga, simply setting aside time to reflect on your values, and being of service to others. On the renewal side, we see once again time spent in nature, which also showed up when exploring emotional energy, or just reading a good book, especially those that address or explore what it means to live a good life, whether that's nonfiction or fiction. Listening to music is another one of those spiritual activities that can provide renewal. And for me, what resonates around identifying these deeply held set of values and a purpose beyond our own self-interest, I think about parenthood. I'm the father of twin boys who just turned 1 year old about a week ago. And 3 days a week, I'm on childcare duty during the full workday, which has led to a pretty significant shift in where I spend my energy. One challenging piece being how much I enjoy the work that I do and how easy it was early on to try to cram too much into a single day. Too much multitasking. Yes, watching after the boys, but also maybe trying to get a few emails out or a little bit of editing done. Eventually, the practice that I found to be the most helpful was switching mentally into weekend mode after the boys' first nap. As far as dedicated work sessions go, I've got the early morning when my wife and I wake up, but before she heads off to work. I've got a chunk of time there. And then I've got their first nap, which is occurring right now while I'm recording this. But once they wake up, which could happen at any moment now because I've been recording for a while, that's when I try to make this mental shift of leaving work behind and giving my full attention to the boys and to some basic maintenance tasks around the house. And for me, there's something that just works better about switching into weekend mode. Not just that it's the end of my workday. There's just something about imagining it as Saturday that makes it easier to take pressure off of myself for getting more work done. And because of that, I've found that I enjoy my days overall a lot more. I think I'm more efficient with those dedicated work sessions, and the quality of my time and attention with the boys is a lot higher. Another ritual that my wife and I have added into our weekly routine is a Sunday night chat after the boys are in bed, a space to have deeper conversations that aren't just around scheduling and the next day's events. That's a regular opportunity for us to reflect on our values, among other things, while also addressing bigger questions or bigger challenges that are easy to neglect or push off in the face of all of the day-to-day things that can occupy our attention. So at this stage of life, at least, my connection to this spiritual energy comes from a focus on family life. And while there are plenty of family and childcare tasks that are quite physically and emotionally draining, there's a whole lot of spiritual renewal that comes along with my interactions with the boys and seeing them grow up. So as you have probably seen here, there's a comprehensiveness to these 4 categories of energy that I really appreciate, as well as a simplicity to this overall approach to energy expenditure and energy recovery that made me want to spend so much time here sharing these ideas with you, because sharing them in this way helps to solidify them in my own mind and apply them in my own life. That's actually what first pulled me into the world of visual note-taking, the world of sketchnoting. How a common experience for me was to read a book and enjoy it, be able to talk about it and maybe apply those ideas while reading and maybe for a few weeks or months after, but how quickly those ideas faded into the background. But when I instead started engaging with those ideas on a deeper level, primarily by sketching them out, giving myself this helpful reference, identifying the overall framework and illustrating some of the specific examples, I've come to really value and appreciate that way of interacting with a book or of any information source. And if that's a skill that you would like to develop as well, to create your own visual summaries of the books you're reading, or classes you're attending, or podcasts you're listening to, then come join us inside of Verbal to Visual. That's where I teach this skill. That's where you'll find a full library of complete at your own pace online courses, as well as a global community of visual thinkers who are sharing their work as they engage with the ideas that are the most important to them. You can learn more about that and sign up at verbaltovisual.com. I hope that you have enjoyed this exploration of the power of full engagement. If so, I encourage you to pick up the book, learn from all of the other examples that are shared, as well as all of the other details that I didn't have time to mention here. Thank you so much for watching this video, spending your time and attention here. I wish you luck deciding what to do with your energy next, and I look forward to sharing more ideas with you next time. Till then. Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. I'm your host, Doug Neill, and today I'm going to be sketching out some of my favorite ideas from this book right here, The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness by Morgan Housel. If you enjoy this visual way of working with ideas from a book and want to experience it yourself, then join me for an upcoming book club where we will be reading and sketching out the ideas from this book right here, The Creative Act, A Way of Being by Rick Rubin. Check out the link in the description if you would like to read this book with me. Today, though, let's talk about the psychology of money. The first idea that I would like to sketch out, for me, is kind of one of the overarching ones from the entire book. It's a question that you can ask yourself as you are considering financial and lifestyle decisions. And that question has to do with what I just sketched out here. What helps you sleep at night? In the world of finances, it's very easy to get caught up in the math of it all and the desire to optimize your situation. But here, Housel suggests that you be reasonable as opposed to always trying to be 100% rational. This resonates because we, as human beings, aren't rational. We are very emotional. And as opposed to trying to suppress all of your emotions and only make rational decisions, instead just shoot for reasonable decisions, reasonable actions that set you up for the future that you'd like for yourself. How well you sleep at night is not a bad indicator of your overall well-being. But within the world of your finances, there are a lot of things that contribute to this factor of how well you sleep. So let's look at some of those details. Starting over here with what Housel describes as the hardest financial skill. Here he brings in an analogy. Think about kicking a field goal. This ball represents your financial goals, your ability to meet all of your financial responsibilities. The challenging thing about this situation in life is that as we grow, as we progress in our careers, this goalpost doesn't necessarily stay in place. It's easy for our desires around our lifestyle to increase over time to the point where we're always living right at the precise level of what we can afford in that moment. I feel like this is what you hear called lifestyle creep. As you make more money, you also spend more money. So Housel's major suggestion here is to get the goalpost to stop moving. The earlier in life you're able to establish the base foundations of what you and your family need to live a life that you enjoy, the earlier in life you establish that, and the further in this direction that is, the better you'll be setting yourself up for a financial future that's not stressed, where you're able to sleep well at night because your lifestyle expenses aren't continually creeping up, and where there's a buffer between what's coming in and what's going out. And here I'll bring in the first of a couple pie charts, a very basic one here that simply conveys the difference between what you spend each month and what you save each month. How your savings rate is what's going to allow you to put money away for the future. How this percentage here is greatly dependent on where this goalpost is. How far you've let it drift in this direction. And by bringing it back a little bit, you might allow yourself to increase this savings rate. So you're spending less on meeting your basic needs and saving more for the future or for larger purchases you'd like to make. So this piece here is about lifestyle, but it's also about mindset. It's about getting to a place where you're satisfied with the current conditions of your life. You've set up a life for yourself that doesn't require continual increases in expenses for you to be happy. The next piece has to do with what you do with this chunk that you're able to save. Let's draw a graph. Let's look at an example of investing over a 20-year time period. And to keep this example simple here, let's say that you invest $5,000 right now, and then you don't touch that $5,000 that's in the bank, and you don't even add to it. If this were in a savings account that had zero interest, of course that number would stay at $5,000. But let's say you invested that $5,000 in an index fund that returned 10% on average, which is about what the S&P 500 has done over the last 20 years. Your investment, without adding any to it, would look like this. By the end of those 20 years, you would end up with $36,640. From $5,000 to over $36,000 without you doing anything. Housel uses the phrase "shut up and wait" to describe this type of investing. You don't need to be an active day trader to make significant gains on an investment. What you do need is patience and also the ability to withstand the fluctuations of the market. Because even though on average the S&P 500 has returned about 10% over the past 20 years, that hasn't been steady. There have been a lot of ups and downs. So what this curve is more likely to look like over time is something like this. Yes, there's likely to be that general upward trend, but over certain months and even certain years, you're going to be losing money. And it's in these dips, when you're actively losing some of your investment, that's when you might feel the desire to pull your money out of that investment. But I like the way Housel describes this. He describes dealing with that fear and that doubt in those downturns. This is the price of investing. This is the price that you have to pay in order to get those kind of ridiculous gains that come simply from letting your money sit there and you not doing any work. So this one can be a little tricky as far as coming back to that question of what helps you sleep at night. Because if you're paying too much attention to the economy and where we are right now, you might get stressed out by these dips. One thing that's kind of reassuring though is that if you invest in the same type of investments that Housel puts money into, low-cost index funds. You're not putting money into individual companies. You're investing generally in the market as a whole. Those low-cost index funds perform better than the majority of financial professionals who are picking individual stocks. So there's a lot to be said for this shut up and wait philosophy. And there's even a way to at least somewhat offset for this price of investing, these downturns that you see here, dealing with the risks that are inherent in putting money into the market. And that's with a dual approach to managing your money that Housel describes in this way. He uses the term barbelled personality. So the idea here is to be equal parts optimistic about the future, where the economy is going, as well as paranoid not trusting blindly that the market will continue going up forever. So on the optimistic side of things, what you are doing is taking risks by leaving your money in these accounts that might dip, that are dependent on the global economy, but also playing conservative by not putting 100% of your savings in the market. Here's the second and I think last pie chart. In the end of the book, Housel describes his general approach to his financial life and shares how what he saves, the money that he puts away for the future, 20% of that is in cash and the other 80% is invested, which is actually a much larger proportion of cash than is typical, because that's a pretty big chunk of the pie to not be making you money, to be just sitting there. But for Housel, what's important is to be paranoid enough to recognize that history is made every day. New things happen that have never happened before every single day. So you never know what's gonna happen with the economy. So having this much of his savings in cash is the conservative play that helps him sleep at night and ensures that even if this crashes to zero, he'll be okay. And there's another idea around kind of general balance that Housel brings in, and that is the idea of avoiding extremes. So if we take this speedometer analogy here and kind of block off the really slow portion of the speedometer and the really fast portion, the idea is to not live life in these areas, but instead focus on reasonable, moderate approaches to your life decisions. Things like focusing on moderate savings over time and allowing for yourself a reasonable amount of free time and no more than a moderate commute to work and at least a moderate amount of time with your family. And I think the main idea here around avoiding these extremes is that they're not sustainable. Pushing yourself too hard, too fast, you're likely to burn out. If you focus all of your time and energy right now on making money and don't give yourself free time and don't spend time with your family, what kind of a life is that? But if you don't do any saving, if you move too slow, you're not setting yourself up for an enjoyable retirement. So as you're considering new job opportunities, new career paths, potential moves, keep in mind that any extreme decision is unlikely to be sustainable. And finally, the last big idea that I would like to share today has to do with your time, and specifically considering how much of your time you have control over. Are you in the driver's seat when it comes to controlling your time? Because your time is the most important non-renewable resource that you have. And controlling your time is the highest dividend that money pays. The better your financial situation, the easier it will be for you to take time off from work when you need it, to wait for a good or great job as opposed to saying yes to the first one that comes your way, to maybe moving from full-time work to 3/4 to half, so that you have more of your time to focus on the things in life that really matter, like your relationships with your family and your friends, pursuing interests outside of work, supporting causes and being a part of something bigger. It's those things that matter, not how much money you have in your bank account, which is kind of paradoxical because I think my interest in finances in general, for me, I feel like a goal state is to be in a place where I don't have to think about money very often. A place where I'm not stressed about current debts or current saving levels, where I've got enough of these things kind of on autopilot so that I can go about living my life, giving my full attention to the things that I enjoy, and sleeping well at night, knowing that I'm taking actions to both take advantage of things like compounding interest with enough resources outside of the market to not be fully dependent on the shape of this curve, paying attention to lifestyle creep, avoiding extremes that might lead to burnout, and focusing on what I'm doing with my time. But I think these big ideas here and this book in general is probably a good one to revisit regularly. And that's part of the reason I make videos like this, is to be able to look back on it once a year or so to see if I'm putting into practice the ideas that I learned about, to remind myself of those ideas and kind of use them as a lens through which to view whatever's going on in my life at that moment. because history has not ended. The world will be different in a year from now. I will be different a year from now. And I think that'll be a good time to reflect on these same ideas and explore what I find. If you would like to join me on my next deep dive into a really good book, this time it's going to be The Creative Act by Rick Rubin. Do join me for that February book club. You can learn more by following the link in the description down below. For now though, thank you so much for watching. If you would like to explore other resources related to visual thinking, you can check out my website, verbaltovisual.com. Thank you so much for watching. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Till next time. Turns out I forgot to add a title, but I just fixed that. Thank you once again for watching. If you enjoyed these ideas, do go pick up the book. Look forward to seeing you in the next video. Till then. How well do you respond to feedback? If you're like me and perhaps most people, the mere concept of getting feedback immediately starts to bubble up some not so pleasant emotions. That could be because of the uncertainty around what that feedback might be. That could be because of the assumption that at least some of that will be negative feedback. But no matter how you currently think about and respond to feedback, it's undeniable that feedback itself is a huge component of life. And in the book, Thanks for the Feedback, Douglas Stone and Sheila Heen help us get better at receiving it. This is a book not about giving feedback, but receiving it well. And in this video, I'd like to sketch out some of the ideas that stood out to me from that book. When it comes to those emotional reactions that you might have in response to any piece of feedback, the authors identify these three helpful categories. The first they call truth triggers. This is that gut reaction that you have when you feel like the content of whatever feedback you receive simply isn't true. It's wrong. And maybe you feel wronged in response. The second category is relationship triggers. And these responses have to do with the relationship that you have to the giver of feedback. The feedback is colored by what you believe about the giver or how you feel treated by the giver, as well as what you feel about the relationship between the two of you. And the third category is identity triggers. These hit at your sense of who you are, and they challenge it. What I found helpful about this breakdown is that it gets you to start thinking about and even feeling into your emotional responses to feedback, to perhaps identify why it is you have the particular emotional response that's cropping up. Is something you believe being challenged? Is there something about the relationship that feels a bit messy? Or is there some piece of your core identity that's being challenged? So ramping up your awareness of how you respond to feedback, I think is one of the first steps in achieving the goal of this book, which is simply to engage skillfully in the conversation. These triggers are obstacles that get in the way of that. In addition to being aware of your emotional response, it's also helpful to examine what type of feedback you're actually receiving. Here we find another trio of coaching as one category of feedback, where the purpose is to help someone learn, grow, or change. Evaluation is a second category of feedback, which involves some sort of assessment or ranking or letting you know where you stand. And the third category of feedback is appreciation. Saying thank you, I see you, and I know how hard you're working. One difficulty that can arise in any sort of situation that involves giving and receiving feedback, think perhaps about your work environment, your boss, your coworkers. It's easy for what the authors call cross-transactions to take place, where perhaps what you want is coaching, but the only thing you're getting is evaluation. Or maybe the other way around. You don't really feel like you want coaching right now. You first just need to know where you stand. So similar to how those three categories of triggers help you identify why you're maybe responding to feedback in the way that you are, these three categories of feedback help you to see, first of all, how general the term feedback is, and also maybe identify what it is that you're not getting but you need. Is there a healthy balance of these three types of feedback? One way you might get to that balance is having a conversation about mirrors, the type of mirror that the feedback giver might hold up. The authors compare a supportive mirror, where the feedback generally has this tone of encouragement and support, versus an honest mirror, where the feedback giver is encouraged to describe the situation exactly as they see it. Both of these mirrors are useful. As the receiver, sometimes you need that supportive mirror. Other times it's that honest mirror that's going to give you the feedback you need to take certain steps forward in your life. But as the giver, it's pretty hard to jump to that honest mirror. So having a conversation about it
and maybe even as the receiver, giving the giver permission to be an honest mirror is worth doing sometimes. Another component of feedback conversations, as you think about some past set of actions or interactions, is how big of a gap there potentially is between your understanding of that situation and the other person's. How there can be blind spots between how you see yourself and how others see you. And the authors identify a handful of blind spot amplifiers, one of which is impact versus intent. We tend to judge ourselves based on our intentions. Other people tend to judge us by our impact. Both are relevant, both are important, but they are separate things, which is why the author suggests that you talk about each individually. Have a conversation about intentions, and then have a conversation about impact. That can help both parties get a more holistic view of the situation. One common pitfall of feedback conversations looks something like this. One person takes the conversation down a particular track. An example they give is a man who buys his wife roses, despite the fact that on multiple occasions she has stated that she doesn't like nor does she want to receive roses, with the feedback being, "You don't listen to me." Instead of addressing that feedback, the husband tries to take it in a different direction, saying, "You don't appreciate me. Look, I just got you flowers." That's an example of switch tracking, where one person in the conversation, intentionally or unintentionally, veers off in a new direction. The suggestion here is to maintain kind of a high-level perspective of the conversation, notice when it starts to veer off in a new direction, and use signposting to say something like, "Okay, I hear you bringing up this topic here, which I do want to address, but first, let's finish this discussion about the topic we started with." And that type of meta conversation is probably one of the hardest things to do in a feedback conversation, but also one of the most valuable. Paying attention to the different threads of the conversation and making sure you don't get off track. Anytime a relationship is part of the feedback dynamic, those threads can get even more intertwined, not just the threads of the conversation, but also the wider threads of the relationship itself. And here the author suggests that you identify the relationship system, recognizing that each of you are part of the problem, and each of you only sees part of the problem. They suggest this 3-step back approach where first you identify the you and me intersections. How are each of your personalities or tendencies playing off of each other? Then a second step back to look at the roles that you each play in the relationship. And then a third step back to look at the big picture. Who are the other players? What are the other processes? What's the role of the environment? Having that type of systems view of a relationship is one of those things, like intentions and impact, that helps you get a more holistic view of the situation and help you see together how you'd like to move forward. When it comes to identity triggers, the authors encourage you to learn how your wiring and temperament affect your story. One way you can do that is to sketch out this well-being curve for yourself by thinking about how you typically respond to feedback, understanding that you'll have some baseline to your overall sense of well-being that will increase in response to positive feedback, but decrease in response to negative feedback. And how it's worth paying attention to the duration of that bump in well-being or dip in well-being. And it's likely that the dip will last longer than the bump, as well as how big that swing up and the swing down is. That's a way of getting to know your typical response pattern, which I think can be helpful both for you individually to recognize that that's how you respond to feedback, and it might also be worth bringing up in your important relationships so that they know how you respond to feedback. Recognizing that your current response pattern isn't fixed. There's a whole chapter on dismantling distortions, those ways in which you exaggerate feedback in a way that makes the dip lower and longer than it maybe needs to be. One technique within that realm is this concept of giving yourself a second score. The first score is the feedback itself on your latest work project, on how you handled that challenging situation at home, and it might not be great. The second score, which the authors encourage you to pay just as much attention to, is how you respond to that feedback. Do you reject the feedback outright, or do you explore it? Explore what it brings up in you. Explore the broader situation to understand how truthful the feedback is. The first score is something that you can't control. The second one, you can, at least in part. So make that second score that you give yourself a part of your identity, as opposed to the first score. And as much as this book is about receiving feedback well, it's not about letting every single person into your emotional life and allowing them to do whatever they want. Here they bring in an idea from Anne Lamott that we're each born with an emotional acre, and you get to choose who to let in, and that you can, in fact, set boundaries around that space, and how establishing limits on the feedback you get is crucial both to your own well-being and to the well-being of the relationship. Some examples they give of what those boundaries might sound like: I may not take your advice, or I don't want feedback about that subject, not right now. Or even going so far as, stop or I'm going to leave this relationship. And in the setting of any particular boundary, there is the opportunity to both show appreciation to the feedback giver as appropriate and being firm in the boundary you set. And they specifically encourage to use the word and as opposed to but, so that you get both of those things across. I appreciate your concern and I'm choosing to do things this way. As I look at these ideas here and think about the decade or so that I've been putting my creative work out on YouTube, the 3 years that I've been married, the year and a half that I've been a dad, it's so easy to see how big of a role my response to feedback has in my life. And I think this book has made a big difference in helping me respond well to feedback. There are a whole lot of ideas and strategies that I didn't have the space to explore here. So if you've enjoyed what I've shared, I encourage you to go pick up the book yourself. And if you enjoy this visual way of working with ideas, that's the skill that I teach at verbaltovisual.com. So if you'd like to learn how to sketch out the ideas in the next book you read, go check out those resources. And if you're not already, subscribe here on YouTube to see some more sketched goodness of whatever books I dig into next. Thank you so much for watching. Talk to you again soon. Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. I'm your host, Doug Neill, and today we're going to be talking about this book right here, The Creative Act by Rick Rubin. I thoroughly enjoyed this book. It is a series of real short little chapters that are surprisingly deep with a whole bunch of wisdom and lessons learned from Rick's long career in the music industry. And today I would like to sketch out some of my favorite ideas from that book and reflect a little bit about how I'm applying them to my creative work. While Rubin does not encourage you to stick to a rigid creative process, he does outline for us 4 broad stages of the creative process that I'd like to start with because I think they're going to serve as a helpful anchor to our conversation today. And I'm going to go with this kind of a shape to represent the stages of making something that didn't exist before you chose to dive into the creative process, with 4 distinct phases. And as I chat about these 4 phases, I'm going to be thinking about 2 types of work in particular that I engage in regularly. Well, one of them is regular, and it's the creation of videos like these, going through this process of reading a good book, pulling out the most interesting ideas, and visualizing those ideas so that I can better put them into practice in my own life. So making YouTube videos is one thing that I do. A newer thing that I'm starting to do is write a book designed to help people develop their own visual thinking skills. So I'm thinking about that larger scale project too. In the first phase of the creative project, you gather seeds. You go out and look for what might be the interesting starting points for whatever piece of work that you've decided you'd like to make. You collect these seeds. And for this beginning phase of the creative process, it is important to not compare, but simply gather. As the seeds arrive, forming conclusions about their value or fate can get in the way of their natural potential. We don't want to form conclusions about what these seeds might turn into too early on in the process, because that can get in the way of their natural potential. So here your work is to collect seeds, plant them, water them with attention, and see if they take root. When I'm reading a book with plans of creating a visual summary of it, the seed collection stage looks like underlining interesting passages as I read. And then for this book, I decided to use sticky notes to do some quick sketches, take some quick notes, one of these per chapter of the book, because they're so short and punchy. So these are the seeds that I gathered, some of which decided to take root and became incorporated into the visual summary that I'm starting to sketch out here. In writing a book, collecting seeds is deciding on some of the main ideas I want to share, the stories I'd like to tell, the research studies I'd like to reference, gathering those individual pieces without yet worrying about how exactly they'll all fit together. The second phase of the creative process is experimentation. In the experimentation phase, you start to see where these seeds might go. You explore different directions. You let them make their own way toward the sun, move in the direction that they would like to go, as opposed to being overly controlling. You want to let them develop in their own way at this stage of the process. As Rubin says, allow the seed to follow its own path toward the sun. And as you observe that path, pay attention to what you get excited to. So there's an encouragement here to follow your excitement. Rubin says, often the most accurate signposts are emotional, not intellectual. Excitement tends to be the best barometer for selecting which seeds to focus on. But in that selection process, don't narrow your options too soon. Rubin tells us to first try everything. Don't be afraid to explore paths that you might not initially see potential in, because you could be surprised. And even if a given direction doesn't work out, you can take solace in the fact that, quote, every unsuccessful solution gets you closer to the one that works. So in the experimentation phase, you're trying everything and you're paying particular attention to what gets you excited. And once you've identified a particular branch of this experimentation that holds a lot of potential, that's when you get to move on to the crafting phase. This is when you bring in a bit of focus and you start working your way up what Rubin calls this winding staircase, where instead of experimenting with a bunch of different directions, you focus on a steady climb upward. As he says, look away from the open field and turn toward a winding staircase 100 stories tall. That probably sounds a little bit daunting. That's quite a long way to walk up. But what's interesting about this stage compared to the previous two is here is when you bring more of yourself into the work. Rubin suggests that in these first two, you let the ideas guide the way. This is when you bring in your personality, your taste, your perspective, which, when combined with the let's call it natural potential of that particular seed, I think makes it easier to do this steady climb upward. So within my work, in this experimentation stage, I am focused on what excites me about the ideas that I'm reading or the potential things to include in the book that I'm working on. But then it's not until the crafting stage when I start to actually bring my full self into the process to perhaps share some of the personal stories related to the ideas that stand out to me, in the case of making a visual summary like this, and the same with the book. When you move from an outline to actual writing, it's not just about the ideas and stories that you decide to tell, but how I choose to weave them together in my own voice. In this crafting stage, momentum is important. So Rubin encourages us to not rush, but do work quickly. There's an aspect of time in this process that I found to be pretty interesting and helpful as you think about the number of days and weeks and perhaps months that you spend on your creative project. Rubin says that art is a reflection of the artist's inner and outer world during the period of creation. Extending the period complicates the artist's ability to capture a state of being. There's two things that I like about that quote. First, the idea that this work that you're creating, it's only a reflection of you. It's what you'd see looking in a mirror, not interacting with you in 3 dimensions. It's just a reflection of you during a specific period of time. Doesn't have to represent the entirety of your past. It doesn't have to hold true for the entirety of your future. The piece of work that you create is connected to who you are in a specific time-blocked period. And the further you extend this, the harder it is to render something that's true. When I shared this idea during a workshop inside of Verbal to Visual, one of the participants, Julie, brought in the analogy of a camera and said, don't let this image get blurry from overexposure. Don't expose this image too long, because that will make for a less crisp reflection of who you actually are and of the things you want to share. In this crafting stage, you're going to be making a lot of decisions, and sometimes that can feel paralyzing, knowing whether the current sentence, the current sketch, the current melody that you're working on, whether that's the right way to go. And here Rubin brings in a technique that I was familiar with from YouTube thumbnails,
Not that I do much crafting, but the concept of A/B testing. He shares how it's difficult to assess the quality of a thing without comparing it to something else. So why not write 2 versions of the sentence or paragraph that you're working on, 2 different potential approaches to melody, 2 different sketches, and then decide which one you like best. And if the one you like best still doesn't feel quite right, do a 3rd version and pick between that one and the 3rd one. Always just 2 at a time. Always moving forward, never getting too stuck at any particular stage in the process, knowing that you can come back and refine those later. Once we've done lots of crafting, we've worked our way up those 100 stories, then we get to the completion stage. As Ruben says, this is where we leave behind discovery and building. With a beautiful volume of material crafted before us, the final form is refined to be released into the world. So this stage is about refinement, and it's also about perspective. This is a stage at which Ruben encourages you to maybe start to show your work to a few different people, not necessarily to get their specific feedback and incorporate that feedback into the work. You can do that, but that perspective is more about viewing the work that you've spent your time individually. It's helpful to see your work through the eyes of someone else. And when you share it with someone, that kind of happens automatically. If you play the song for one person or a crowd, if you read your essay out loud to someone else, even without getting any feedback from those other people, you're still going to have a different perspective on the work because it's not just existing in your head. It lives in between you and the person that you're performing it for. And that will allow you to perhaps do a little bit of the final stages of refining as you recognize the things that work and don't quite work once you've got that audience there to change the perspective with which you're viewing the thing. So what we've been doing throughout this process is essentially pushing the work up these little hills here. Sometimes it's been challenging, effort will be required. Sometimes it might feel the work has its own legs and it's moving up this mountain on its own. But ultimately we want to get to this place where we are okay releasing the thing into the world. We build it up and we let it go. This can be a really hard part of the process because you have to say, okay, this piece of work is now done. I'm not going to work on it anymore. I'm going to put it out there. And at that point, you no longer have control over the work. You can't control how it's interpreted by other people. And that's okay. It's actually kind of freeing. You have done your part in developing that project. First, by letting it kind of follow and explore its own potential, then infusing your own essence into it, and then you get to let it roll and see what happens. And it's in that letting go where this perspective of time, I think, is helpful. Reminding yourself once again that this piece of work that you're about to send out into the world is just a reflection of you in this moment. And it's not going to be the last thing that you make. This is where an abundant mindset versus a scarcity mindset comes in. Our life's work is far greater than any individual container. The works we do are at most chapters. It's not the whole book. So once you send this one off on its way, you get to start with the next one. Find another seed, start shaping another ball, and start pushing it up the mountain again. Creativity begets creativity. The more you make your way up this mountain and push the thing off, the more space you'll create for the next one, and the greater the likelihood that one of these really is going to resonate with the people that you're sharing it with. So these are the phases of creativity that Ruben describes. What's interesting is that he doesn't even start talking about this type of process until page 143 in the book. I think because he doesn't want you to get too stuck in a rigid process, but instead focus more holistically on living a creative life, which is what most of the other chapters in this book deal with. So this here kind of focuses on the creative work, which is important. Let's look next at that theme of a creative life as we explore 2 particular themes that I collected some of my favorite ideas into. Let's give each of those themes a page. The first overarching theme that I want to talk about is the act of tuning in. Tuning in has to do with what you choose to focus on, where you choose to place your attention, and the quality of that attention. So let's draw you right about here, and let's think about the different places where you might direct your attention imagining a little bit of a satellite on the top of your head. I was told in that verbal to visual workshop that this kind of looks like a Teletubby, which might be appropriate. Never seen the show. But I do have twin boys that are about to turn 3, so maybe we should start watching it. For now, though, let's talk about the different sources that you can tune into both during this work and throughout your day to support the creative work that you're doing. Rubin encourages you to look for clues throughout your day and brings in this metaphor that I appreciate of a conveyor belt, and specifically the universe's conveyor belt, which is this idea that in your daily life, the random people that you interact with, the things you see when you read the news, the conversation you have at work, what you see when you look out the window, all of those things that you experience, each individually is this little package that the universe is sending you that you can choose to do something with, that might serve as inspiration for some piece of your creative work. But you're only able to accept and open up those packages if you're actually paying attention and maybe aren't stuck too much in your own head with your own preoccupations. I had an interesting experience while reading this book and hosting some book club events around it. In this office here, I'm in downtown Portland, Oregon, right at the intersection of a fairly busy street. And for about 2 weeks straight, every single day at about 9 a.m., a construction crew would come in and start digging up the street and doing road work on one of the 2 streets here. And for the longest time, my only reaction to that was annoyance because it was loud. It made it a little bit hard for me to focus on my work, and I also worried that it would make its way into the live events that I was hosting, that sound would be an annoyance to others. Eventually, though, I started to see that experience as a potential little package that the universe was sending me that I could view as a gift instead of an annoyance. And the gift that it provided was a pretty interesting visual metaphor that I'd never used before. Specifically that of a jackhammer, the loudest of the things I had to listen to, breaking up that concrete. I'd never drawn a jackhammer before, but I decided to learn how. And once I sketched it out and started thinking about it, I realized kind of how rich of a visual metaphor it is. As you think about the established roads that you have maybe created in your life and the value of breaking those up to perhaps reset some of the pipes that live underneath, that type of disturbance in your life will be noisy, it will cause some disruption, but ultimately it might be useful. It might make your underlying systems more efficient. I like that metaphor. And if I hadn't been able to shift from that perspective of annoyance to a potential little gift, thanks to this book, I wouldn't have incorporated this into my visual toolkit and even my metaphorical toolkit. So at any point in your day, you can take a look at what the universe is sending your way, inspect that package, unwrap it, see if there's anything interesting there. But you don't have to rely just on the random things that the universe sends your way. You can also intentionally explore works that might inspire you. And here, Rubin encourages you to submerge yourself in the great works of art. Spend time listening to really good music. Spend time reading really good books. Spend time visiting museums, looking at art. Spend time watching good movies. As Rubin says, exposure to great art provides an invitation. It draws us forward and opens doors of possibility. Possibilities that you can weave in some way into the work that you're developing. And there is no finite curated list of these great works. It's subjective. You get to decide what's great and what's not. And the idea here isn't to mimic the work of others, but to calibrate our internal meter for greatness, so we can better make the thousands of choices that might ultimately lead to our own great work. So I feel like this is equal parts inspiration, kind of just building your creative tank, filling up that energy, and then also you're developing your taste, that calibration of greatness that can help you make perhaps those A/B tests and all the other little decisions that you make in your own work. Here I'm reminded of the book Digital Minimalism by Cal Newport, a book that I sketched out a little while back, and his encouragement to be intentional about the media that you incorporate into your life. It's not about digital media being bad, but instead about how easy it can be to get sucked into the easily accessible, algorithm-driven sources that might not kind of fit into this category of great work, that might not help you calibrate that meter for greatness that will have an impact on your work. So being intentional about the work that you do spend your time with is a component of tuning in. You might also tune into another source that is hopefully accessible to you, near or far, and that's nature. And Rubin positions nature as a teacher. Go out and spend time walking in a forest, and you will learn something about yourself, about the world. You will come out of that forest a different person than you were when you entered it. Here in Portland, I used to live up in the St. John's neighborhood, which had a quick access to Forest Park, an incredibly huge space with miles and miles of trails where you can immerse yourself in this environment, get away from the noisy streets. And that was my favorite place to go anytime I felt really stuck in my work, stuck in my life. I knew I needed to get out there and go for anywhere from an hour to a 4-hour hike for a shift in perspective. Annie Murphy Paul talks about this too in her book, The Extended Mind, in a chapter on thinking with natural spaces. She describes how spending time in nature leads to a psychological renewal, it supports focus, it opens you up to experiences of awe, and ultimately it boosts your creativity. So far, these 3 sources are all external to you. Equally of value is spending time looking inward. This is another point that is mentioned both by Rubin and by Annie Murphy Paul, who talks about the value of developing your interoception, your ability to pay attention to how you feel, the sensations going on inside of your body. Rubin says, if we focus on what's going on inside ourselves, sensations, emotions, the patterns of our thoughts, a wealth of material can be found. Our inner world is every bit as interesting, beautiful, and surprising as nature itself. It is, after all, born of nature. This one is so easy to shut off, and I feel like depending on your schooling experience and your upbringing, you likely were encouraged to kind of ignore your feelings, shut them down in support of more focus on your thoughts. Spend a lot of time in school developing your thinking abilities, but not necessarily your feeling abilities. So that's one of the shifts that I feel like I'm seeing more, the value in feeling and not just thinking. And in some ways, I feel like that shift or that movement towards balance kind of echoes a balance that I am hoping to support in my work, moving from just verbal processing, which a lot of school is spent developing your reading and writing, adding into the mix the appreciation of visual processing powers, of sketching out ideas, not just writing them down. So these are sources that you can tune into. Rubin also identifies some sources that you might want to tune out, and those are undermining voices. These could be voices of perhaps your teachers in the past that undermined you or your creativity or your emotionality. They could be your thoughts as you think about the work that you're doing, your capacity, what you think you are capable of. Could be general messages that you get from the outside world about how you should be living your life, what your creativity should look like. And in the same vein of mindfulness meditation, they will arise, but you can simply observe them and let them go. These voices bringing in this negativity, undermining the work, you don't have to listen to them. You can acknowledge them and then let them go. And as Rubin says, eventually tuning out the undermining voices and losing yourself in the work will not be an effort of will, but an earned ability. I like how he connected this aspect of tuning out those undermining voices and losing yourself in the work, that those are kind of polar opposites of each other. So if you're finding it difficult to lose yourself in the work, which happens to me all the time, perhaps it's because there's some undermining voices that are taking hold. See if you can let those go. Ultimately then, all of this is about listening, not just with your ears, with your heart, with your eyes, with your whole body. And being the master of music that Rubin is, he brings in this distinction between whether or not you're listening to something with earbuds compared to speakers. What's the difference in how much you're able to appreciate music in its full complexity, hitting the entire body, instead of these tiny little things producing a much smaller frequency and experience for you? As Ruben says, many of us experience life as if we're taking it through a pair of headphones. We strip away the full register. We hear information but don't detect the subtler vibrations of feeling in the body. When you practice listening with the whole self, you expand the scope of your consciousness to include vast amounts of information otherwise missed, and discover more material to feed your art habit. That's what tuning in is all about, feeding your art habit. And it's not just about the sources you tune into, but how well, how deeply you're tuning into those sources. Try to listen with speakers as opposed to earbuds. Listen with your whole self instead of just one siphoned off, distracted portion of yourself. One more theme I want to explore today. This third theme we've already touched on a little bit, but I think is worth a little bit more of a deep dive, and that is time. There are two representations of time that I think are going to be helpful here. The first, linear, as you think about dividing chunks of time into the past, the present, and the future. We live here, we can only live here, but it's likely the case that our attention often isn't here. A recurring theme of Ruben's work is this sense of presence, this mindful attention to what's going on right now. But he acknowledges how easy it is to spend time mentally in the past or the future. With the past, he encourages us to let go of your stories. Let go of the stories that you tell yourself, about the work, about the world. Because with each story we tell ourselves, we negotiate possibility. Reality is diminished. Rooms of the self are walled off. Truth collapses to fit a fictional organizing principle we've adopted. As artists, we're called to let go of these stories again and again and blindly put our faith in the curious energy drawing us down the path. To do that type of exploring, of trying everything, of letting the seeds grow in the direction that they want to grow, you gotta let go of the stories that you've told yourself about that potential. Probably one of the hardest things to do. But I think you do it by focusing not on what's been done in the past, what you've been able to do in the past, what the world has experienced in the past, but what's going on right now. What's going on right now internally, what's going on externally. Present awareness can help you let go of those stories. Equally important is to let go of control as you think about the future. This is where we get to the pushing of that creative work off the hill, saying, yes, I'm done with it. Let's get it out in the real world. Let's let other people experience it, knowing that I have zero control about how they're going to interact with it. I don't know how you are experiencing this video right now. And in a lot of ways, I need to not care. What I am attempting to do is stay present in this moment as I am talking about these ideas, sharing why they're interesting to me, because it's only in my connection with this work that I'm going to be able to make something interesting to live on YouTube. Same goes with a book. I'm not going to be able to control how people respond to a book that I write. And the more expectations you have about what might happen in the future, the more you set yourself up for disappointment. Ruben says, release all expectations about what the work will be. Approach the process with humility, and the unexpected will visit more often. Many of us are taught to create through sheer will. If we choose surrender, the ideas that want to come through us will not be blocked. So in addition to this letting go of control about how others will perceive the work, this release of control will also kind of remove this protective barrier that you maybe place around yourself and the work, and allow those interesting ideas, the unexpected ones, to come in and create something really unique. You don't want to miss out on that because of how tightly you're trying to hold control of the project, or how much you're letting stories from the past dictate what you're able to create in the present. So, much like the undermining voices, you must let these go. Let them fly on by. And focus your experience in this present moment. In addition to this linear representation of time, a cyclical representation can also be helpful, especially when you think about what the day-to-day of doing creative work actually looks like. So let's look at some of those cycles. When immersed in a creative project, Ruben acknowledges how hard it can be to view that work from a clean slate with a fresh perspective. but how important that fresh perspective can be. So one of the cycles that he encourages is to, of course, spend time each day or each week doing the work, but then, equally important, is stepping away from that work for a time. As Rubin says, in time, almost every artist finds themselves too close to the things they make. After endlessly working on the same piece, perspective is lost. But after being away for a long enough period of time, when we come back, we just may be able to see it as if for the first time. This is why taking the evening off matters, why taking the weekend off matters. Immersing yourself in other experiences so that you can come back to the thing that you're doing with a fresh perspective and perhaps a slightly fuller creative energy tank to work with. Rubin also talks about the value of practice with your craft from a cyclical perspective, where it's actually the rest that comes after the practice that leads to the adaptation that you're maybe shooting for. If you have ever spent time learning to play the guitar or the piano, you have experienced this, where you're working on some scales or a particular finger picking pattern. No matter how many times you practice in this one session, you don't quite get it, but you set it down, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and are surprised to find how easy it is, how the rest allowed for that adaptation to take place and that new skill to develop. So whether it's in the realm of music or visual thinking, recognize that it's the rest that allows for the adaptation to take place. As Rubin says, it takes time for practice to be absorbed in the body. And what's helpful about both this practice cycle and the doing of the work and stepping away, in both cases, you're not just developing the skill, you're also building concentration and focus, the ability to do the work, which is just as, if not more important, than your current skill level. Let's talk about one more cycle, a cycle that goes from birth to death to regeneration. This, as morbid as it maybe sounds on first look, is a very natural cycle on a whole bunch of different timescales. And it's true for any individual piece of work that you make. As Rubin says, when consumed with a single work to the degree that we believe it's our life's mission, there's no room for the next one to develop. While the artist's goal is greatness, it's also to move forward. In service to the next project, we finish the current one. In service to the current project, we finish it so that it can be set free into the world. It's time for me to set this little video project free into the world. I hope that you've enjoyed it. Whether or not you read this book, I hope you are now intrigued to perhaps read more. As much as I talked about this book, I really only discussed a fraction of the ideas within it, so there's plenty more for you to gain from picking it up and reading it yourself, which I very much encourage you to do. And I hope that my little visual summaries here maybe helped you to think through and see these ideas in a slightly different light, in a way that helps you incorporate them into your life, into the creative work that you would like to do and put out into the world. And if you enjoyed this visual way of working with ideas and would like to develop this skill yourself, the skill of sketching out ideas, that's something that I teach. That's the topic of the book that I'm working on right now, as well as the focus of some online courses and other resources that you can find at verbaltovisual.com. Once again, thank you so much for watching. Love to hear if any of these particular ideas resonated with you and why. Love to hear about the current creative project that you are working on. And I wish you luck in the next stages of that project. As you make your way through those 4 phases, as you tune in to the potential sources of inspiration all around and within you, and as you infuse your own self into that work, and then ultimately get it out there. Release it into the world so that other people can experience it, and maybe even more importantly, so that you can move on to the next one. I appreciate you spending your time here today, and hope to see you again soon. Till next time.
Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. Today I would like to do some iPad sketchnoting as I share with you 5 big ideas from the book Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert. In this book, Gilbert shares her thoughts on what it looks like to live a creative life. There's this analogy that she shares, the road trip, that's really helpful in dealing with the fears that inevitably crop up when doing vulnerable creative work. On this road trip are 3 passengers: you, your creativity,
and your fear. Acknowledging that fear will always be there is helpful. As Gilbert says, I don't try to kill off my fear. I don't go to war against it. Instead, I make all that space for it. Here's the key though. You make space for it, but you also put it in its place. Creativity and I are the only ones who will be making any decisions along the way. You're allowed to have a seat and you're allowed to have a voice, but you are not allowed to have a vote. I really appreciate how this approach acknowledges fear's existence while stripping away its power over you. Another idea from Big Magic that I found to be useful has to do with a paradox that folks living a creative life need to come to terms with. That paradox goes like this. There are two approaches that you must take when doing and sharing creative work. Your creative expression must be the most important thing in the world to you if you are to live artistically, and it must not matter at all if you are to live sanely. And at times, you'll have to leap back and forth between these two perspectives in a matter of minutes. For me, at least, it's the second perspective, the one on the right, that I need to remind myself of. And in many cases, it has to do with the reaction that other folks have to your creative work. As Gilbert points out, that reaction doesn't belong to you. So you can't put your overall well-being in the hands of strangers whose reaction to your work says more about them than it does about you. In the section of this book that talks about persistence, there's another analogy that I found to be helpful. This one comes from poet Seamus Heaney, and it starts with the idea that a person should not expect to be immediately good at the thing they're working on. Quoting Gilbert, the aspiring poet is constantly lowering a bucket only halfway down a well, coming up time and again with nothing but empty air. The frustration is immense, but you must keep doing it anyway. After many years of practice, Heaney explained, the chain draws unexpectedly tight, and you have dipped into waters that will continue to entice you back. You'll have broken the skin on the pool of yourself. This echoes nicely Gilbert's definition of a creative life, which she shared earlier in the book, acknowledging that we all have jewels deep within ourselves, and to live a creative life means to be on the hunt for those jewels. And it's the hunt, it's the effort that makes your life creative, not any particular results. In the same section on persistence, Gilbert addresses the inevitable frustrations that come along with your creative work, and how hard it can be to go from having great ideas one day to no ideas the next. But as Gilbert says, frustration is not an interruption of your process. Frustration is the process. And, just as important, how you manage yourself between those bright moments is a measure of how devoted you are to your vocation. Here, I appreciate the holistic nature of Gilbert's approach to living a creative life, that a large part of it is sustaining your body and your mind, giving it what it needs so that it can show up to the creative work in a full way. The last idea that I would like to share here, similar to the paradox that I mentioned a few minutes ago, has to do with the perspective from which you view your creative efforts and the results of those efforts. To quote Gilbert, sometimes I think that the difference between a tormented creative life and a tranquil creative life is nothing more than the difference between the word awful and the word interesting. Interesting outcomes, after all, are just awful outcomes with the volume of drama turned way down. It's sometimes amazing how slight little shifts in mindset, like this one here, can have dramatic effects on the quality of your life once you learn to apply them consistently. And that might be what all 5 of these ideas have in common. They're about the mindset that you establish as you go about doing your work, living a creative life. I hope that you have enjoyed seeing these ideas shared in this visual way. I do encourage you to pick up the book Big Magic, because this here is a mere sprinkling of the good ideas that you'll find throughout it. And if you'd like to add the skill of visual note-taking to your creative toolkit to be able to sketch out the ideas that you're learning in a similar way to what you've seen here, then check out the resources at verbaltovisual.com. You might start with my course, An Introduction to Visual Note-Taking, and then go from there. You can find links to that resource and others down below this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again next time.
Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. I'm your host, Doug Neill, and today I'm going to be sharing some of my favorite ideas from this book right here, Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke, Making Smarter Decisions When You Don't Have All the Facts. Duke is a former professional poker player. She won over $4 million in tournaments. And prior to that, she went to graduate school for cognitive psychology. So she has a ton of personal experience in high-pressure decision-making situations, and also a lot of familiarity with the research behind how we make decisions. And what I would like to do today is sketch out some of my favorite ideas from that book with the goal of helping me put some of these ideas into use, and maybe the same for you. Let's start with my favorite metaphor from the book, that of a tree where the trunk represents everything that has happened in the past. And this transition point in between the trunk and the branches, this is where a decision is made. So this is what happens right now in the present, and that decision will result in one of a handful of possible outcomes that might then continue branching off to other outcomes. So each of these branches represent the potential outcomes. So this isn't a decision tree. It's not that you make this decision and then that decision and then that decision. It's an outcome tree. And the purpose of it is to represent the fact that from a single decision that you make, there are a variety of futures that might result from that singular decision, each of which has a certain probability of occurring. So what Duke wants to help us become throughout this book is more of a probabilistic thinker, which as human beings, we're not particularly built to think in probabilities. We're built to think in stories, in cause and effect. An example that Duke introduces early in the book and then references throughout it is from the world of football, specifically the playoffs. In 2015, the Super Bowl between the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots, and Pete Carroll's now famous decision to call a pass play at the end of the game, just a few yards from the end zone, despite the fact that they had one of the best running backs in the league, Marshawn Lynch. And the result of that pass was an interception, and the Seahawks lost the Super Bowl. And for that decision, Carroll was universally derided by sports pundits and the public at large. I remember when that happened, particularly a meme that started with, "Hey Pete, you want to win another Super Bowl?" with the response, "Nah, I'll pass." So following that play, this outcome got a lot of attention. The outcome of an interception, the outcome of the Seahawks losing the Super Bowl. But as Duke points out, that particular outcome was only one of these branches. It's only one of the possible things that could have happened as a result of that play call. It could have resulted in a touchdown. If that had happened, Carroll would probably be lauded as one of the best coaches of all time. Everyone's going to expect him to run, and instead he calls a pass play, they score, and win the game. It, of course, could also have been an incomplete pass, which would have led to the opportunity to run probably 2 more plays, 3 in total, as opposed to likely just 2 plays that they could run if they decided to run first. Could have resulted in a sack, an offensive penalty, a defensive penalty, or an interception / fumble by the quarterback. By analyzing past performance, it was estimated that the probability of an interception being the result of this particular decision was only 2 to 3%. And if we make some other rough estimates here, maybe we could say that there's a 35% chance of it being an incomplete pass, let's say a 5% chance of a sack, maybe 10% chance of each of these penalties occurring, which would leave about a 37% chance of a touchdown. These might be a little off. There's probably a higher percentage of an incomplete than a touchdown. But roughly, this still shows the likelihood of something other than an interception occurring as a result of that decision to call a pass play. And when you take into account how quick a pass play is, and the fact that you would likely get 2 more plays after that, that makes Carroll's decision to call a pass play not that bad in retrospect. If you avoid some common reasoning errors that are easy for us to fall into as human beings. One of those reasoning errors is called resulting. This is where you tie too close of a thread between the outcome and the decision. Just because the outcome turned out bad, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was a bad decision. Because with any decision that you make, there is some element of luck in how that will play out. So you can't place all the blame of a bad outcome on a bad decision. And similarly, you can't take all of the credit for a good outcome by calling that necessarily a good decision. There is still skill involved in decision making, but there's also luck. Another reasoning error that we often fall into is hindsight bias. This is when we take the perspective of the outcome that actually did occur and look backwards and have the sense that, oh, that outcome was inevitable. So with hindsight bias, what you're doing is you're chopping off all of the other branches on this tree because this one happens to be the result that we landed on. So one of the core ideas in this book, Thinking in Bets, is the idea that every decision that you make is itself a bet. You're making a decision, you're placing your chips on a particular decision, acknowledging that there is some probability that that will turn out well, but also some probability that it won't. Every decision is a bet. A bet where there's never going to be 100% certainty on how things are going to turn out. Where you can say to yourself, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen, but I've got about 75% confidence that it's going to turn out okay. And even coming up with that number has a lot of benefits. It acknowledges the fact that there is a 25% chance that it won't turn out well, which can help you from beating yourself up if that's how things end up playing out. It also causes you to look more closely at the potential outcomes. By considering the various things that could happen, you might end up making a better decision in the first place. And you're just less likely to fall in the trap of black and white thinking around decisions being 100% good or 100% bad based on the particular outcome. Now, it can be hard to adopt this mindset of probabilistic thinking on your own and avoid these reasoning errors, which is why Duke encourages you to establish a learning pod. This is a group of people that you gather together to take a close look at the decisions that you're facing, at the common experience that you all are having. You take a look at the entirety of this tree in pursuit of the truth. So you're truth-seeking with others on the path toward better decisions. This truth-seeking piece is important because it goes against social norms. In our day-to-day lives, as we're talking with friends and family members about what happened that day, the decisions that we made, the things that turned out, we don't always necessarily want an in-depth view on everything that went into that decision and all of the potential outcomes, whether we're falling into these traps of resulting or hindsight bias. In lots of situations, we just need to vent. But there's a lot of value in gathering a group of people that isn't about venting, but instead having a more realistic view on the decision-making process to help you make better ones in the future. This connects to an idea in the book Thanks for the Feedback, which I sketched out a while back, acknowledging the distinction between an honest mirror and a supportive mirror. In a given situation, you need to know, is my role here to be supportive? Or is it to provide an honest view of the situation? More often than not, you're going to be in that supportive role. But you need situations where you can lift up that honest mirror to yourself, do some truth-seeking to get more at the core of what's actually going on. Duke refers to this as the buddy system, like on school field trips, helping each other not get lost, and encourages some specific operating procedures introduced by a psychologist named Robert Merton, a guy who coined the terms role model, self-fulfilling prophecy, reference group, unintended consequences, and focus group. He came up with this acronym of kudos to identify how these truth-seeking learning pods can operate. The C stands for communism, not the political form of it, but instead the idea that data belongs to the group, and the more data, the better. So don't leave out any of the uncomfortable details around the decision that you made, the glossing over of things that you do to preserve your self-image. We need all the info that we can get. The U is for universalism, which is about applying the same standards of evaluation no matter the source. You probably have heard the phrase, don't shoot the messenger. Don't punish the messenger when the message involves bad news. Universalism is the inverse of that. It's don't shoot the message just because you don't like the messenger. So in evaluating decision-making and reasoning, we're often too close-minded when we're taking in messages from a source that we don't like, and we're too trusting when taking in ideas from a source that we do like. A truth-seeking group also requires disinterestedness. This involves being vigilant about potential conflicts of interest, which we have a lot of built into how we work as human beings. We look for evidence that confirms our beliefs. We avoid admitting ignorance or error. We want to stack up well against others. We tend to take credit for good results, blame luck for bad results, and we desire to live in a world that makes sense. All of those things can be in conflict with seeking the truth. And here the group component is important because all of those conflicts of interest are easy to maintain individually, but harder to maintain when you have a diverse group of people analyzing a particular situation and a particular decision. And the last piece here, you need organized skepticism. This skepticism is about allowing for dissent, about exploring why the thing that was just proposed might not be true, perhaps assigning someone as a devil's advocate to argue against whatever the current line of reasoning is. So these are techniques that can help you maintain more of a probabilistic mindset as you analyze your past decisions. And even just knowing that you maybe have to bring your decisions to this group, that's going to help you make better decisions in the first place. You will be held accountable for the decision you're about to make. But there are some things that you can do on your own as well by engaging in some mental time traveling. What we've already seen from this tree diagram here is a more holistic representation of the present, the past, and the potential future. Mental time travel takes that a step further and encourages you to bring not just your present self into the decision-making process, but instead encourages you to acknowledge both your future self and your past self. So your present self is engaged in this question of what should I do? You're facing a particular situation. You have to make a decision. Mental time travel encourages you to not make that decision on your own. Take into account both your past self, who's had plenty of experiences in the world. What would your past self have to say? But then, perhaps even more powerful, don't ignore your future self. Don't forget that your decisions right now are going to have an impact on your future self. Bring that future self into the decision-making process. Here, Duke brings in a comedic bit from Jerry Seinfeld, who talks about Night Jerry, the person who wants to stay up late, watching shows, drinking, eating junk food. That's the present self. That's Night Jerry. Morning Jerry is the person who wakes up the next day, groggy, hungover, feeling crappy. Morning Jerry hates Night Jerry because Night Jerry only cares about how it feels to do the things he's doing right now, not considering the future implications. And while it might be common to have the sense of, ooh, I'm going to regret this decision, I think there's something different about actively bringing this future self into your awareness, almost having a conversation with that person and asking yourself, what's the probability that my future self is going to be happy about the decision that I make right now? What's the probability of a good outcome as opposed to a bad one? So that's one form of mental time travel, having active conversations both with your past self, who has experienced some things and maybe has some guesses about what's going to happen, and your future self, who has something to say about what might happen, who is more invested in that decision than perhaps you are right now. There are a couple of other kind of specific planning activities that you can take on, one of which focuses on the positive outcome that you might be hoping will result. One thing that you can do is work back from that positive result and try to determine, okay, what are the steps or conditions necessary in order to bring about that positive result? Duke uses the term backcasting to describe that process. I feel like backwards planning is another way to describe this. You imagine the desired outcome and work your way back from there so that you know how to move forward. The flip side of that is actively imagining the negative outcome occurring and even assuming that that is the outcome, that it's going to be a negative one, and do a pre-mortem as opposed to a post-mortem. You don't wait for the bad thing to occur to analyze it. You assume that the bad thing will occur and then can look at both what were the causes of that bad thing and what might we do in response to it, so that you can both help to prevent it, but then also you have a plan for responding to it if it occurs. In the case of an interception as the final play in a Super Bowl, there's not much you can do to respond to that. But in most cases, the negative outcomes that occur in our life, they're not the end of the story. You're in the middle of it, and you will get to decide what to do next. And this approach of thinking in bets, of taking on more of a probabilistic way of viewing the world, helps remove some of the emotional anguish around the decisions you make. It helps you acknowledge the truth of the situation, that what happens in life is a combination of luck and skill, that a bad outcome is not necessarily tied to a bad decision, nor is a good outcome necessarily tied to a good decision, that there are a variety of futures that can occur after any single decision is made, that we can work with others to achieve a more truthful, unbiased view of the situation, and also that we can consider our future self and our past self to make better decisions in this particular moment. There is so much more in this book to dig into, so if you enjoyed the ideas that I shared here, I encourage you to pick up the book and read it yourself. I hope it was helpful to see the ideas sketched out in this way. If this skill of sketching out ideas is one that you would like to develop, that is a skill that I teach. And you can find resources to get you started down that path at verbaltovisual.com. Thank you so much for watching. Good luck in the decisions that you will be making later today, throughout this week, in the months to come. And I look forward to seeing you in another video soon. Till next time.
In her book, The Extended Mind, Annie Murphy Paul explores the power of thinking outside of the brain, how we use resources outside of our heads that help us to think better. In this video, I would like to sketch out some of my favorite ideas from the book, which is broken down into 3 sections, the first of which explores embodied cognition, how we think with our bodies, the second exploring situated cognition, how we think with our surroundings, and the third socially distributed cognition, how we think with our relationships. Let's start with embodied cognition. What Paul describes first in this section is how we can think with sensations by paying attention to how our body feels. That particular skill, that awareness of the inner state of your body, is called interoception. And it's a little bit like thinking of your body as radar, regularly monitoring what's going on inside of your body. What's interesting to note is that interoception is actually linked to high performance. One example given was stock traders, of all people. Those traders that were more in tune with their body made better trades. The explanation being that they were quicker to notice feelings of intuition in response to what was going on in the market. So this skill of interoception tends to be relevant in games or experiences that require noticing patterns, because often your body and unconscious mind notice a pattern before it enters your conscious awareness. So the more in tune you are with your body, the more likely you are to notice those signals. Interoception also plays a role in emotional regulation. When you pay attention to how your body is feeling, you're more able to go through this process of cognitive reappraisal, where you feel the feeling, name it, and then potentially reframe it, if the default interpretation isn't particularly constructive. Here, Paul also brings in the idea of shuttling, where you move your focus back and forth between what's happening inside of your body and what's going on outside of your body, and how beneficial it can be to regularly tune in to both of those sets of stimuli. You gain some understanding when you pay attention to what's going on outside of you, and then a different understanding when you listen to what's going on inside, which can give you a more holistic perspective on whatever's going on. Next, we turn to thinking with movement. We've got these bodies that are designed to move, and it turns out the more we incorporate movement into our days, the better we're able to think. One interesting example in this chapter is a treadmill desk, where you combine a standing desk with a treadmill so that you can get some work done, not just standing up instead of sitting down, but also moving. And as it turns out, that supports focus, particularly with visual tasks. As someone who enjoys getting out of the house and going on long walks, I was pulled to this idea right away and ended up getting a really simple treadmill that I placed up against a wall and added a shelf above it for a desk, and have gotten a lot of email and video editing and reading done while walking. And I've been surprised at how much cognitive momentum and even creative momentum can come from that relatively simple physical momentum, even though you're just walking in place. Another way that you can think with movement is by feeling abstract concepts. For example, in a physics class, getting a literal feel for torque by holding a bicycle wheel, getting it spinning, and then tilting the axle from horizontal to vertical and back. Actors also think with movement by connecting specific components of the staging of a scene to the lines that you need to memorize. This is called the enactment effect, where you connect specific movements to specific information that you'd like to recall. In this case, the lines that you need to recite. That's why some actors don't even start memorizing lines until the staging of the scene is in place. And it turns out you don't even need to get your entire body involved in the process. You can actually do quite a bit of thinking just with gesture. The use of hand gestures while talking or even just thinking has 3 benefits. It enhances your memory because of the fact that you're creating a stronger memory trace in your brain when you engage your body, your hands in particular in this case. It also provides the opportunity for some cognitive offloading. The gesture that you're making gives you a reference point to hold some of the information on what you're describing so that you don't have to keep all of that in memory. Even if it's something as simple as reminding yourself that there are 3 main points that you're making. Right now you're on the 2nd and you've got 1 more coming. They've also found that gestures help you work with abstract ideas because when you get your hands involved in the process, you intuitively start to create these representations that give some form to the ideas that you're working with. And one way that was described is as a virtual diagram, something that you create on the fly with your hands that provides an extra layer of context to the ideas that you are talking through or thinking through. Next, let's turn to situated cognition, which is all about thinking with our surroundings. One type of environment that supports good thinking is nature, which likely won't surprise you, but at the same time, I feel like nature is an underutilized resource when it comes to better thinking, better creative work, especially for those of us who live in an urban environment where it might be a little more challenging to get to natural spaces. But the benefits of spending time in nature include psychological renewal, the way in which nature helps us to relieve our stress and reestablish our mental equilibrium, both of which support better thinking, as does an increased level of focus that comes when spending time in nature. When out in nature, you're also more likely to experience awe, this feeling of amazement and wonder that often comes along with nature's vastness, like the unfathomable scale of the ocean, of the mountains, of the night sky, to quote Paul. When experiencing awe, we become less reliant on preconceived notions and stereotypes. We become more curious and open-minded, and more willing to revise and update our mental schemas, the templates we use to understand ourselves and the world. We also are more creative in nature. We engage in more imaginative play. We're more receptive to unexpected connections and insights, and we tend to let our mind wander and follow our thoughts wherever they lead. As great as natural spaces are, it turns out that human-built spaces also provide some benefits as well. Even something as simple as a wall, because when walls are put up that separate you from the potential noise and stimuli and other people outside of those walls, that actually reduces your cognitive load so that you can bring more focus and attention to the task at hand. The privacy that comes within a walled space also has the benefit of giving you more freedom to experiment in ways that you wouldn't if you knew that someone could walk by and take a look at what you were working on. And within a space that you have designed, there's also this home advantage. There are positive psychological benefits when you're in a space that feels like your own, that has reminders of your identity, your goals, and your values. That home advantage leads you to feeling more confident and capable. It also makes you more efficient and productive. Paul points out here that it's not about spending all of your time in this private, isolated space, instead suggesting intermittent collaboration, where you cycle back and forth between some sociable interaction and some quiet focus time. Next, we move to thinking with the space of ideas, which was one of my favorite sections because it speaks the most directly to my interest in sketching out ideas, the benefit of creating artifacts that you can work with, that you can move around as you're thinking through or working through a set of ideas. So when you choose to sketch out ideas, maybe even using post-it notes that you can move around on the wall, you get the benefit of cognitive offloading because you're creating this external representation of a thought that you don't have to hold in your mind, a benefit that we also saw of thinking with gesture. You also get this really interesting back talk of sketches. When you give an idea some visual form on the page, it will talk back to you and prompt ideas for where you might go next. Or maybe even show you that that representation isn't quite right. So you iterate on it and try something different. It gives you something to respond to as opposed to just kind of running in circles inside your own brain. And with the use of something like sticky notes or index cards, you also have this interactivity. You can literally move the ideas around on your desk or on the wall, try out different combinations, different ways of structuring and organizing those ideas as you build up a map of the concepts that you're working with that shows which ideas are related to each other, which are different, how they're connected. And if you're working large scale enough, you can also tap into the benefit of physically navigating those ideas, moving left to right along the wall, looking at those ideas from a different perspective, which helps to tap into your spatial reasoning skills. So this particular technique of thinking with the space of ideas is one that I like to apply when wrapping my head around a book, as you're seeing here, both so that I can better understand the set of ideas that I just read, but perhaps more importantly, making that transition from understanding a set of ideas to putting them into action in my day-to-day life. And in the case of this particular visual book summary, it's about creating a resource that I can look back on whenever I feel stuck in my own head and would benefit from thinking outside of my brain using one of these techniques, including perhaps one from the final section here on socially distributed cognition, which is all about thinking with relationships, such as thinking with experts, tapping into the knowledge of others, of people who have much more experience in the current field you're thinking about or working on, so that you can learn from that experience. An example that came to mind for me, perhaps a cliche, was the ability to break a board by punching through it. In a karate class, the way that we learn from experts is through imitation, which sometimes gets a bad rap. Paul references the cult of originality that we're sometimes exposed to, where it's all about coming up with your own ideas, being completely original. But in many areas of performance, imitation is often the most efficient and effective route to success, where you're able to learn from both the successes and the failures of people who have come before you. The thing you must watch out for, though, is the correspondence problem. The fact that there are likely differences in your particular situation compared to the one that you're imitating. In this board breaking analogy, maybe the material of the board that you're trying to break is different from the example that you're imitating. So the key to successful imitation is to spend enough time understanding why someone else's solution is successful, and then identify how your own circumstances are a little bit different than that example, and figure out how to adapt the original solution to your situation. But experts aren't the only folks that you can learn from. Your peers are a great resource as well. In the book, an example was given about graduate students in the sciences and how the development of particular skills, like generating hypotheses, designing experiments, and analyzing data, was more closely related to their engagement with other students in the lab and not so much the guidance they received from faculty members. One of the things going on here is what's called the social encoding advantage, that we actually remember social information more accurately than information taken in a solitary environment. Thinking with your peers is also a way to avoid confirmation bias by arguing together with the aim of arriving jointly at something close to the truth, where you fight over ideas with mutual respect, which helps you be more productive and creative in your thoughts, and also helps you to make better arguments. Another benefit of learning within a peer group is this idea of cascading mentorship, where the participants in that group both teach and are taught. Peer tutoring has great benefits because for the peer teacher, the simple act of teaching will change the way you think and lead to a better, deeper understanding when you're forced to communicate a concept to someone else. And for the person on the receiving end, it's often going to be more helpful to hear what someone who is closer to your level of understanding, to hear their take on a concept, compared to the instructor who might have too much expertise and who has forgotten what it was like to first learn that material. We then move from thinking with peers to the more general act of thinking with groups, where we can benefit from shared attention when we focus on the same objects or information at the same time as others. This is a similar idea to the social encoding advantage, where we learn better, remember better, and are more likely to act on information that has been attended to along with other people. When working in a group, there's also shared motivation, where group membership itself acts as a form of intrinsic motivation, which is a nice contrast to how we commonly think about motivation as something that has to come from us as an individual. It's kind of refreshing and encouraging that that motivation can actually be shared and almost distributed in a group environment, where those benefits can actually be amplified through behavioral synchrony. Something as simple as a synchronized exercise, where coordinating your actions, including your physical movements, so that they are like the actions of others, actually primes you for what Paul calls cognitive synchrony. Multiple people thinking together efficiently and effectively. That behavioral synchrony helps each individual flip the switch from a focus on I to a focus on we. When thinking in a group, you can also tap into the benefit of transactive memory, where instead of one person having to remember everything, that task of knowing and remembering can be distributed among the members to create a more versatile whole, where certain people might be responsible for knowing certain things. And Paul points out here that while groupthink gets a bad rap, rightly so if it describes uncritical group thinking, it's also worth recognizing that cognitive individualism also has its limitations, and that there are plenty of ways to successfully and efficiently think within a group. So what you see here are 9 different ways that you can think outside of the brain. And really, I've just scratched the surface on each of those 9. I do encourage you to pick up the book for more examples and techniques within each of these categories. But in general, I hope that you've seen here the variety of resources that you can tap into when you feel like your own thinking isn't getting you anywhere. Any one of these techniques for getting out of your head will likely lead to some insight. If you found this particular technique of sketching out ideas to be interesting and useful, then check out the resources that I have developed at verbaltovisual.com, which is where I teach this skill. There you can tap into some self-paced online courses, as well as live events that build in some socially distributed cognition, where you'll be able to think with your peers to better make sense of this skill set and see the interesting things that other people are doing with it. And one particular style of live learning experience that I'm excited about right now is a sketchnote book club, where we gather together to read an interesting book while learning how to sketchnote it. In November, that book will be The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness by Morgan Housel. So if you'd like to dig into those ideas in a group setting while learning how to sketch them out, then I encourage you to come join us. I will share links to that resource and others down below this video. Thank you so much for watching. Good luck tapping into these extensions as needed, and I look forward to sharing another visual book summary with you soon. Till next time. In his book, Deep Work, Cal Newport makes the case for approaching your work with more focus and higher quality attention. In order to make that type of work a priority and integrate it into your life in a way that sticks, you need an underlying philosophy. In this video, I'd like to sketch out the 4 different deep work philosophies that Newport describes in his book and talk about the 2 that I find to be the most appealing. First is the monastic approach, which involves the elimination or radical reduction of shallow obligations, so that all that's left is depth. This approach works well for those who can identify a high-value professional goal, where success comes from doing one thing exceptionally well. While I appreciate the value of focus, this one isn't for me. I like variety in my day a little too much, and I even find that a few shallow tasks each day can provide a helpful sense of momentum. Next, we've got the bimodal approach, which divides your time into 2 modes, deep work and everything else. You create clearly defined stretches for deep work, a few weeks or a few months, where you focus on that deep work. Then you spend a few weeks or months attending to what you neglected when you were in deep work mode. Back and forth you go. I see the appeal of this one, but as a solopreneur in charge of customer support for my business, it feels a little impractical to step away for long stretches of deep work. There are too many small responsibilities that I'd be neglecting. The third deep work philosophy is the rhythmic approach, which focuses on daily cycles, giving you the opportunity to turn deep work sessions into a regular habit that occur at consistent times each day. This approach, as Newport shares, works well with the reality of human nature. This one has been my go-to for years. I'm a very routine-oriented person. I've also had the luxury of an entire workday to myself for quite some time, which has allowed me to structure that workday in whatever way I see fit. That luxury is going away soon, which is where the last one comes into play. The journalistic approach to deep work encourages you to fit in deep work whenever and wherever you can. Like a journalist in the field, you're always prepared to take advantage of opportunities as they arise. This approach is not for the deep work novice. The journalistic approach is now on my radar because my wife is pregnant with twins. In a few months, 2 other human beings will need my near constant attention. My disruption-free 9 to 5 will be a thing of the past, and I'm actually okay with that. As much as I've leaned into my daily routine ever since I started working for myself, I think I've become a bit too neurotic about my working conditions, and a bit too strict about how I work. But that rhythmic approach did help me to build my deep work muscles that I now get to take with me out into the field of first-time parenthood. I've already been shifting my tools and workflows to better suit that journalistic approach. More on that in an upcoming video. Here, though, I want to explore one important difference between the rhythmic approach and the journalistic approach: the amount of time you have to ramp up to and ramp down from the work. With the rhythmic approach, you can put all of these nice routines in place that precede and follow the deep work itself. You know how much time you'll have available, where you'll be, and what tools you'll have on hand. You can plan how you'll enter the work and how you'll leave it. With the journalistic approach, you've got to make use of whatever time comes your way, and you won't always know when that is. You'll have to transition into and out of those deep work sessions quickly. And since creative work has the potential to stir up both thoughts and emotions, the danger I fear is that those will stick with me after that window of work has closed, that it will bleed into the time that I'd like to spend fully focused on my family. That's where mindfulness comes in, a practice I've been working on regularly. The core of a mindfulness practice involves paying attention to the thoughts and emotions that you experience in any given moment, without getting attached to those thoughts or feelings. That practice pairs well with the internal struggles that anyone doing creative work faces. And with this journalistic approach to deep work, I'll be relying on my mindfulness skills more so than routines, to help me do deep work when the opportunities arise, and then leave that work behind once the window has passed. I know that meaningful work can happen without an underlying philosophy to it, but I do think it's more likely to happen consistently when there is a philosophy in place. As I continue to grow my creative work and business, it's nice to know that I can shift my philosophy as I move from one stage of life to another. This next one is going to be a doozy. I'm excited for it. In her book, Hunt, Gather, Parent, Micheline Doucleff explores what ancient cultures can teach us about the lost art of raising happy, helpful little humans. I myself have 2 little humans under my care and would love for them to be both happy and helpful. So I've been spending a lot of time with the ideas in this book. And in this video, I'm going to share a visual summary for each of the 3 main topics of the book. How to raise helpful kids, how to teach kids emotional intelligence, and how to raise confident kids. If you enjoy this type of visual book summary that I'm about to share and want to learn how to create something similar, I've got a series of live trainings coming up where I will teach you how to take visual notes while we all read the same book together. In our September program, we'll be reading the book The Atlas of the Heart by Brené Brown. In October, it will be Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. And in November, it will be The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. If you would like to learn more about those programs, check out the link in the description. Let's get into Hunt, Gather, Parent. Here's what Sunday mornings look like for my family. After breakfast and some playtime at home, my wife and our twin boys, who are almost 2, head to a local coffee shop, spend some time catching up, and then pull out a few recipe books to do some meal planning for the week. And then we all head to the grocery store. This simple weekend routine is part of our strategy for raising helpful kids, a topic that Micheline Doucleff explores in her book, Hunt, Gather, Parent. And in this video, I would like to summarize some of my favorite ideas from this section of the book, in which Doucleff spends some time with a Maya community in the Yucatan who are really good at raising helpful kids. And that's where Doucleff is introduced to the concept of acomedido, this character trait that the children within this Maya community all seem to have, where they do an amazing job of paying attention to their surroundings, recognize what chores need to be done, and then they do them without prompting. That sounds like a dream come true for all of us parents out there, but it probably also sounds almost like a fantasy. How do you get kids to do that? That's what this section of the book explores, starting as early as you can by valuing toddlers, recognizing that kids actually enjoy helping if the impulse isn't stifled. She shares the fact that toddlers everywhere have 2 things in common. They will have tantrums, and they have an eagerness to help. They want to take part in whatever it is their parents are doing, which is why togetherness is the overarching principle of this section of the book. Before kids can inhabit that trait of acomedido on their own, they first need to be taught it while working alongside you. There are a few requirements for doing this well. First of all, the tasks that you take on with your kids need to be real. It's not about buying a fake toy lawnmower or a plastic kitchen set, because kids know the difference between a toy and the real thing. And that task should also make a real contribution to the family. The task should also be doable for your child, or almost. It's not about giving them a knife to chop vegetables when they're 1.5 years old. It's about finding some small subtask related to the thing that you're doing that they can actually help with. For example, what we've been doing with our boys when washing dishes is letting them do the rinsing. We are next to them doing the scrubbing with the sponge and the soap, and then they get to hold the dish under the water and rinse it off. The third requirement here is to never force a task. Forcing your kid to help in a particular way can severely undermine motivation, and it also builds tension between you. So you're always presenting it as an offer for them to help alongside you. Doucleff also suggests giving your kids a metaphorical or perhaps literal team membership card, because kids want to feel that they're full-fledged contributing members of the family. And what comes along with that membership are both benefits and responsibilities. For example, one benefit that our boys have is access to plenty of books and toys. Along with that benefit comes the responsibility of cleaning up when we move on to the next thing. And that act of cleaning up is probably the easiest way to practice these skills with your kids, not waiting until they're down for their nap for you to do all the cleaning, but instead to do it together and to make specific requests for help. Asking your child to go pick up those books or go put the balls away. Focusing on those 3 requirements of it being a real task, doable, or almost, and never forcing it. That never forcing it piece is deeply tied to motivation. And specifically what we're interested in here is helping kids develop their intrinsic motivation to help out. Duclef shares the important ingredients of intrinsic motivation as she tells the story of a family making tortillas. Those components are connectedness, the child feeling like they're part of the team, as well as competency, the child feeling that they are capable of doing the task, and autonomy, the child feeling that they are the one making the decision to act. So you can all be sitting around the same table, making tortillas together, giving the child a task that fits well with their current skill development, and then letting them do their own thing, not micromanaging the process. And then, equally important, accepting even the wonky results that might come from that process. They're not going to make perfect tortillas at the beginning, but you can still accept and use them even if they're wonky. Throughout the entire section of this book, and particularly within this discussion of intrinsic motivation, the topic of praise comes up. It's a little bit ridiculous how frequently we praise our kids. And while we think that that might be building their self-esteem, it turns out that too much praise can actually do some harm. In some situations, it can motivate a kid, but it can also demotivate them very easily too. And it's too much praise that leads to the development of external motivation, when what we really want to develop here is intrinsic motivation. Instead of praise, Duclef encourages us to simply accept or acknowledge their contribution. Accept those wonky tortillas. That's more important than exclaiming how wonderful you are for making a tortilla all on your own. You're such an amazing kid. To get practice with that approach, which won't at all be intuitive for most of us, Duclef presents the challenge of having a praise-free day. An entire day going without praising your child. See how hard that is. And also see how that impacts the behavior and attention of your child. Are they constantly looking to you for validation? Or are they given the space to engage with whatever's drawing their interest in that moment? Another important concept here is establishing and appreciating a two-way flow between you and your child. That's not about you dictating to your child how things must be done, but instead establishing more of a collaborative process. Here, Duclef shares a story of making kebabs with her daughter, with a bunch of vegetables and some chicken on hand. Duclef goes about making a very balanced kebab with a variety of vegetables and some chicken thrown in, while her daughter makes a kebab entirely of chicken. Instead of telling her daughter, that's not how it's done, we need a balanced kebab. Instead, she accepts it, continues making kebabs herself, and sees that her daughter starts making more balanced kebabs too. So it's important to have this openness of knowledge flow between you and your child, and approach it with collaboration in mind. And there's a quote here, "Don't stop a child from doing something, even if it's wrong. Let them make wonky tortillas. Let them make single ingredient kebabs. It'll be okay." There's also the important acknowledgement here that it's not always going to be a clean process. In fact, more often than not, it will be messy. But it's important to recognize that the messiness of teaching is an investment. You've got to have the long game in mind. It's those messy teaching and learning experiences at age 2, 3, 4, and 5 that will result in extremely helpful kids come age 6, 7, 8, and on. And the overall formula that Duclef introduces here, and then carries throughout the rest of the book, is a 3-step process of practice, giving your children the opportunity to practice new skills, as well as modeling the desired behavior yourself, and then, if needed, acknowledge the contribution that the child is making. Not through constant praise, but instead through occasional appreciative words. And if you're thinking to yourself, where am I going to find all the time and energy to do all of this teaching and collaboration with my kids? Duclef recommends that maybe you shift how you think about the experiences you provide for your kids, putting much less time and energy into child-centered activities, where you consider it your job to entertain the kids, and instead introduce more real life. Take your kids to the grocery store, bring them along to doctor's appointments, let them help in the kitchen, clean the house with them. Yes, that might mean that those activities take a little bit longer because of the teaching that you'll be doing and because of the messiness that will occasionally result. But it seems like in the long run, that's all going to be worth it because you're teaching them this lifelong skill of being helpful, of contributing to the family in a way that establishes a deep sense of belonging. That sounds like a pretty good family life to me. And I hope that I can put some of these practices into place. How to Teach Kids Emotional Intelligence. Here, Douglas is sharing some lessons that she learned while spending time with an Inuit community in the Arctic. And for this visual summary, I'll do a little bit of compare and contrast, sharing first the likely default reaction to dealing with toddlers or any young child that's still developing their emotional intelligence, and then perhaps a better way that leads to less conflict and frustration. One phrase that really stood out to me here was the volcano of verbiage. That is perhaps the easiest way to respond to any misbehavior that we see in our children. This is that default reaction of trying to talk the misbehavior away, which might work if it's two adults communicating with each other. But for toddlers who are dealing with big emotions, lots of talking isn't the best way to communicate, because what all of those words do is convey urgency and stress, which doesn't really help the situation because it just raises the energy of the child as opposed to calming them down. And that can be the case whether those words are spoken in an angry tone or even in a positive, optimistic tone. But whether we want it to or not, it's easy for us as parents for anger in response to misbehavior to creep its way in, which is why it was particularly interesting to hear about how within this Inuit community, any form of parental anger toward a misbehaving child was seen as a sign of immaturity, because of course toddlers are going to misbehave. They're not yet fully fledged humans, so why are you getting angry about it? That's, of course, easy to say, but much harder to implement. So let's turn our attention next to the contrast of this volcano of verbiage with perhaps some dripping anger flowing its way into the interaction. Instead, let's go with a mellow meadow, because the most important thing in these situations, as Douglas shares with us, is to model emotional regulation. That's the first step in teaching it to your child. Some of Douglas's initial observations about the parents that she was getting to know within this Inuit community was that in response to misbehaving kids, those parents took no quick actions, they didn't make loud demands, and they just radiated calmness. And that's how they prevented passing on this sense of urgency and stress and helped to lower the energy of the child instead of raising it. In order to be able to respond in those ways, the key for us parents is to have less or even no anger in response to those situations. And it's not even about suppressing or managing that anger. It's about not having it in the first place, which can only happen when you've got a particular mindset. When you remind yourself that toddlers are illogical, they're still newbie citizens of planet Earth. Douglas encourages us to even shift the narrative away from toddlers testing boundaries or manipulating us, but instead assuming that their motivations are kind and good, and it's just the execution that needs improvement. So considering that they are illogical beings, these newbie citizens to planet Earth, you can expect misbehavior instead of being surprised and angry when it happens. You can also keep that anger from cropping up by not arguing with your kids and not yelling loud demands. Instead, make a request and wait silently. If the child refuses, you can comment on it or just walk away and turn your attention elsewhere. But no nagging or negotiating or back and forths. That's what would get you back into that territory of the volcano of verbiage. So I would say the overarching idea here is fairly simple. Staying calm. It's simple, but it's not easy. At least not for me. But as you've probably heard before, your kids are going to learn more from your actions than from your words. So it's worth putting some intentional effort into those actions. Or often in this case, inaction and calmness. The final topic that I want to explore in this video is how to raise confident kids. Here I'll bring in a specific analogy, that of your child walking on a tightrope, to represent them participating in a potentially dangerous activity. In this section of the book, Douglas is sharing what she learned while spending time with a Hadzabe community in Tanzania. And one of the dynamics that comes up is the difference between independence and autonomy. In the Western world, independence is often touted as a desirable quality, where you don't have obligations to other people, but how that also results in you being disconnected from other people. Within this Hadzabe community, it's much more about autonomy. And this solar system analogy was used where you're each circling each other on your own path, but you're stabilized by the gravity of the community. You're able to make your own decisions, but you stay connected to each other. And allowing kids to make their own decisions and practice self-sufficiency is the main thing that will teach them confidence. Whereas parents who quote-unquote help their children too much stress themselves out and leave their kids ill-prepared to be adults, to quote Douglas. A core belief of the Hadzabe community as it relates to autonomy is that it's actually harmful to control another person. Instead, there is this reciprocal relationship, this orbiting of each other, where you control yourself and I'll control myself. Douglas also points out how even praise is a way of controlling a child, which kind of blew my mind a little bit. We talked about the negative impact of praise in the How to Raise Helpful Kids section, but it's equally interesting here to think about praise as a form of control, as a way of potentially limiting what your kids are capable of. So the main suggestion here is to, yes, give your children autonomy over their lives, but you don't disappear from the picture. You are still there, providing an invisible safety net that the child doesn't even know exists until they need the help. You're there, staying quiet and out of the way, but then you do hop in to help when needed, to step in and train them to handle specific obstacles and dangers. And the reason that one of those two people holding that invisible safety net has their mouth taped shut, that's you, the parent, is because more often than not, it's saying less that's going to be the most helpful. Provide fewer offers to help. Issue fewer commands. Don't lecture all the time. Another belief here is that anything a parent says, the vast majority of the time, will only get in the child's way. So decrease the amount of talking you do, the commands you give, and really any other verbal input. This point echoes the volcano of verbiage that we talked about in the last section. What Douglas encourages you to seek out then are autonomy zones, relatively safe places where kids can practice autonomy, like parks, playgrounds, beaches, community gardens, or backyards, where you can set your children free and just observe, only intervening to prevent imminent danger or to teach or train about safety. The rest of the time, just stay out of the way. Within this Hadzabe community, Douglas also noticed how much emotional freedom children had. They weren't told to calm down, they weren't told how to feel, and there was no sense of urgency by the parent. That emotional freedom actually becomes a stabilizing force in their life. And then, finally, if all of these parenting tips are starting to feel overwhelming, if you feel like you have too much on your shoulders, then seek out alloparents. This is any person besides the parents who help take care of the child. It could be a relative, or a friend, or a neighbor, or even another child, anyone 5 years or older. This has benefits for both the child and the parents. The child is able to develop a deeper relationship and meaningful bond with multiple caregivers, not just one or two. And alloparents provide social support for the parents and just general friendship and camaraderie. And here Douglas points out how we as humans evolved to share the duties of childcare as a group, and how the extreme focus on the nuclear family within Western society is pretty new and not all that helpful. And it's the seeking out and bringing in of these multiple caregivers that can actually serve as an antidote to depression that many parents fall into in the first few years of parenthood. As you have probably seen here, there is a lot to unpack within this book that does these deep dives into 3 interesting cultures. I hope that these visual summaries have helped you wrap your head around some of the main takeaways. If you've enjoyed this, I do encourage you to pick up the book yourself, dig deeper into these ideas, hear about more of the details, as well as more practical tips for how to start implementing them in your life. And I also wanted to remind you of the upcoming book club programs where I will be teaching this skill of visual note-taking while we read and sketchnote interesting books like The Atlas of the Heart, Thinking Fast and Slow, and The Psychology of Money. You can learn more about those programs as well as other visual note-taking resources at verbaltovisual.com. Thank you so much for watching this video. Good luck in your parenting journey, and I'll be back again soon with another visual book summary. See you then.
In his book, To Sell is Human, author Daniel Pink shares with us the surprising truth about moving others. In this video, I'm going to sketch out a summary of that book. I'm going to use as a visual metaphor a couple of folks riding together on a tandem bicycle, because this is a two-person process. It is about working together, and often it's about going someplace together. So let's consider this person here in front to be the seller. And here we've got the potential buyer. Pink starts the book by sharing some interesting stats. The fact that officially only 1 in 9 people work in sales, but that when you look at what the other 8 spend their time doing, turns out they do a lot of sales work as well, but not what you might typically consider to be selling. This group here spends about 40% of their time engaged in activities such as persuading, influencing, convincing, and pitching. So even if you're not in the official role of a salesperson, you're likely still spending a good portion of your day doing one of these 4 things. And that's true not just in a corporate work setting, but also in education, convincing students to care about certain subjects, influencing the way they study. It's true in parenting. As the father of twin toddlers, I spend a lot of time doing these things every day. And as the title of the book suggests, the idea here is that as a social species, we're built to do these things. And we don't have to do it in a way that feels icky, what you might typically associate with a car salesman, for example. Because some of the broader context here is that we have shifted over the past few decades now from a place where buyers need to be aware of things that are being sold, especially with that stereotypical car salesman example where someone stepping onto that lot, a potential buyer, knows way less about those cars than the seller, which is why buyers need to be careful because of what Pink calls that information asymmetry that used to exist in most marketplaces. Now, though, with specs and product comparisons and countless reviews available to any potential buyer, we have moved to this situation of seller beware. Because sellers can no longer take advantage of information asymmetry, because often the buyer has more information about the product than the seller. So it's less easy for a salesperson to take advantage of a buyer. So then as a seller, whether you're selling ideas, whether you're selling products, whether you're selling a particular type of behavior, it makes a lot more sense to make it more of a collaborative experience. Not one where you're trying to hide information or pull one over on the other person, but instead go somewhere interesting together. And to support this more humane type of selling, Pink introduces some new ABCs of selling that contrast Alec Baldwin's Always Be Closing from the movie Glengarry Glen Ross and replaces it with attunement, which involves, as the seller, tuning in to the other person, to the context that you're in, with the goal of coming into harmony, where you're resonating at the same frequency as that other person. You're tuned in to their situation, as opposed to trying only to push through your own agenda. And here, Pink points out some interesting stats on sales as it relates to the level of extroversion of the seller. And they saw this interesting trend where folks that were heavy on the introvert side or heavy on the extroversion side weren't great salespeople, but folks in the middle were. And that's what Pink calls the ambivert advantage. So if you naturally are a bit more of an ambivert, that's a good sign. But if you tend to be more introverted, this is an encouragement to lean into some more extroverted tendencies during these sales conversations. And vice versa, if you're extroverted, pull back a little bit so that you can tune into the other person. The B stands for buoyancy, which is all about staying afloat in a sea of rejection. Whether that rejection is around people deciding not to buy your product, your children not following your directions. Turns out there is something that you can do before, during, and after those experiences to maintain some buoyancy, to stay afloat. Prior to any type of sales experience, it's helpful to engage in interrogative self-talk. Here you ask yourself questions, like when Bob the Builder says, "Can we fix it?" Even something as simple as, am I ready for this? Prompts the type of thinking that will actually prepare you better for whatever conversation you're about to have. So ask questions instead of just saying, I've got this, or you can do it. So that's what you do beforehand. Then during the conversation, pay attention to your positivity ratios. Keep in mind that emotions are contagious. And where negativity will narrow your options, positive emotions will broaden them. And it turns out there's this kind of golden ratio required for flourishing relationships. And that's a minimum of 3 positive to 1 negative. 3 positive experiences to every 1 negative experience keeps the relationship humming along. And this has to be genuine. You have to actually believe in what you're selling for this to work. So it's not about fake positivity, but instead actual excitement and enthusiasm for whatever it is that you're selling. And then after the sales experience, it's helpful to pay attention to your explanatory style, especially when you receive a no. It's easy to view a single failure as an indicator of permanent failure, or a failure in one small aspect of life as an indication of failure across your life, or of that failure being about you as a person, that it extends to who you are. That's the pessimistic way of explaining a rejection that you might receive. The optimistic way is to recognize that failure is temporary, it's specific to that one situation, and it's likely about the external circumstances surrounding it, not just you. So moving from an explanatory style that's permanent, pervasive, and personal over to one that is temporary, specific, and external is an important factor in staying afloat amongst the inevitable rejection that will come your way. Next, we come to C, which stands for clarity. Clarity involves helping people see their situation in fresh and more revealing ways. And it's about identifying problems that they didn't realize they had. So it's about problem finding and not just problem solving. But once you find a problem, you do need to communicate your solution to it, which is where different frames can be helpful. How you frame the problem and your solution is an important aspect of getting someone to go on the particular journey with you. Pink describes 5 different frames you might consider, such as the less frame, where you reduce the options that you present, restrict the choices of the buyer to help them see those choices more clearly, as opposed to overwhelming them with options. Don't provide a dozen options when 3 would do. Then there's the experience frame. This encourages you to frame what you're selling as an experience that a person has instead of just a material purchase. Because experiences provide greater satisfaction and it gives them a story that they can tell others. So if you're selling a tandem bicycle, for example, it might be less helpful to focus on the specs of the bike and more helpful to tell the story of the experience that you and your partner get to have, riding around at sunset along the esplanade. Another frame to consider is the label frame. How you name a product or experience influences how the potential buyer thinks about not only the problem, but also your solution. A group experience that was called the Wall Street Game led to just 33% cooperation, whereas that same experience called the Community Game resulted in 66% cooperation. So pay attention to the labels that you give things. Consider also the potential frame. Here you emphasize the potential to be good at something over actually being good at that thing. Potential is something that we all like to buy into as human beings. So what latent potential does the selling you're doing bring out in someone else? And then finally, the 5th and final frame was the blemished frame. Sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it can actually be helpful to acknowledge one negative thing about whatever it is that you're selling. That makes the experience a little bit more real for the buyer. When you acknowledge that the thing that you're selling isn't going to solve every single problem this person has, there is some downside to it, but in comparison to all the positives, which do need to come first before you introduce the blemish, those positives far outweigh the one blemish. In that way, it's a little bit similar to the positivity ratios that we talked about earlier. And then after finding the problem and framing your solution, you then need to provide a specific off-ramp. You need to share a specific request so that the potential buyer knows what to do and has something to do in that moment. Because even if they like how you describe the problem and they resonate with the frame in which you describe your solution, they might not know what to do next. So tell them. Tell them where to sign up, where to buy. Give them a map so that they know how to get there. So these ABCs of attunement, buoyancy, and clarity represent the how to be portion of To Sell is Human. In the final part of the book, Pink focuses on specifically what to do, with 3 specific actions, the first of which is to pitch. You've got to pitch your ideas in order for them to be heard. And when you do that pitching, when you're sending your message over to another person that you hope will catch it, treat that person as a creative collaborator. Include them in the process. Let them feel like they are contributing to the journey that you're going on together. Because they are. They are pedaling just as much as you are. And if they feel like they're part of the process in defining the problem, framing it, even some of the specifics around the solution, that makes it more likely that they'll get on board with whatever it is that you're selling, be it a product or this set of non-sales selling. And consider what your one-word pitch would be to someone else. If you had to boil it down to a single word, what would it be? If it were a question, what would it be? What would your rhyming pitch be? These are all alternatives to the stereotypical elevator pitch that is no longer as relevant as maybe it once was. My rhyming pitch for selling the skill of visual thinking, a skill set that I teach, is when in doubt, sketch it out. What's your subject line pitch? If you were writing an email about the thing that you're selling, what would the subject line of that email be? And here, Pink points to some research that the emails that have the largest open rate are ones that focus on utility, how to do something, or curiosity, something that's mysterious and intriguing that you want to learn more about. I was shocked when I learned this about the visual processing power of the brain, or how to sketch out a visual summary to remember what you read in books. There's the Twitter pitch, 140 characters or less. And there's the Pixar pitch, tell it like a story. Once upon a time, this is what was going on. Every day, this happened. One day, this new thing happened. Because of that, this other thing happened. Until finally, this happened. So these are 6 different types of pitches that you might develop for the thing that you're selling that you can use in a collaborative conversation with someone else. In addition to pitching, Pink also suggests that you improvise. Here, it's about bringing in some tips from improv theater, such as listening for offers. Since it's a creative collaboration, actively listen to what you're hearing so that you can stay attuned to where the other person is coming from and respond accordingly. And one form that response will often take is yes and. It's not going to be helpful to actively contradict what the person might be saying. Instead, build on it. Take whatever they offer you and go in that direction. And then finally, in this collaborative process, as you improvise, make the other person look good. In improv theater, you can kind of tell when one person tries to be the star of the show by trying to make themselves look good, but it's so much more impressive and entertaining when you build on what someone else has done and make them look good instead of trying to make yourself the star. So look for options where there can be mutual gain, where you both can benefit from whatever it is that you're selling. And then finally, Pink ends with an encouragement to serve in 2 ways. By making it personal, a study found that radiologists who were processing CT scans were more meticulous and identified more important things in those scans when there was a photo of the patient up in the corner of the screen, right next to the scan that they were interpreting. Don't forget that there's a real person on the other side of whatever it is that you're selling. And then also make it purposeful. Consider how what you're selling makes the world a better place. And if it doesn't improve someone's life in some way, maybe you should reconsider selling it in the first place. Building on the concept of servant leadership, Pink advocates for servant selling, asking yourself, if this person you're selling to agrees to buy, will their life improve? And when your interaction is over, will the world be a better place than when you began? Lofty goals, but very much worth considering, and very much in line with selling as a human experience. I hope that you found this visual summary of Pink's book to be useful, and that perhaps I have convinced you of the value in sketching out ideas instead of just reading about them or talking through them. You can check out some resources that will help you develop these skills at verbaltovisual.com. And one of the things that I'm selling at the moment is a book club experience. In the first quarter of 2025, we will be reading these two books, The Infinite Game by Simon Sinek and Hidden Potential by Adam Grant. We will be reading, discussing, and sketching out the key ideas from these books. That's part of a program called Sketch Instinct that includes a whole library of sketchnoting courses, monthly open Q&As, and monthly book club events so that you can put your skills to work while reading some good books. You can find a link to Sketch Instinct in the description down below. Thank you so much for watching. Whether you're involved in direct sales activities or non-sales selling, I hope you found these ideas to be useful. Do check out the book itself for more, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then. In his book, The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, author Patrick Lencioni tells the fictional story of a fast-growing startup with a bunch of potential that quickly starts declining in performance because of some pretty significant dysfunctions. To address those dysfunctions, a new CEO is brought in, and after observing the company for a while, she brings the leadership team together and starts to sketch out this specific model on the whiteboard, a model that captures the 5 specific dysfunctions that she has observed in her lengthy experience working with organizations. In this video, I'm going to share what those 5 dysfunctions are, and then I'm going to share a specific visual thinking tool that can address those dysfunctions. At the lowest level of this pyramid, we have the dysfunction of absence of trust. If trust does not exist amongst the members of a team, then you can't have meaningful conflict, which is where the next dysfunction comes in, fear of conflict. It's easy to think that conflict in all forms is bad. That's not true. Teams need to engage in meaningful conflict to make important decisions. But that conflict can only take place when there's already a level of trust. But it's not just about hashing out those conflicts, it's also about committing to specific actions. And lack of commitment is the next dysfunction here. You need buy-in from your team members, and then you need to hold those team members accountable. And it's the avoidance of accountability that's the next dysfunction. People need to know what they're responsible for, and they need to know what good looks like and held to those standards so that as a team, you can achieve meaningful results. And it's the inattention to results that's the final dysfunction here. Your team exists to achieve a particular outcome. What is that goal? What are those results? And are you actually paying attention to them? One of the things I appreciate about how this model is laid out and how it's sketched out on the board during these off-site retreats is that there's this additional piece of evidence showing that these dysfunctions are in place. So one piece of evidence that points toward an absence of trust on the team is invulnerability. The lack of willingness of your team members to be vulnerable with each other. If they're not willing to be vulnerable, none of these other issues can be addressed. The evidence for a fear of conflict is artificial harmony. Do you pretend to get along and be okay with things, even when there's something brewing underneath, something that hasn't been said, a conflict that hasn't been addressed? The evidence for lack of commitment is ambiguity. Is there some uncertainty about what needs to be done? And even if you know what needs to be done, is there clarity around what good looks like? Or are there simply low standards in place? And then as you look to what the team is actually trying to achieve as a whole, the evidence of an inattention to specific results is when more attention is placed on individuals' status and ego. So these here are the 5 dysfunctions of a team. Let's look next at one technique, one approach that you can use to address these dysfunctions. And the shape of that approach happens to be the inverse of this triangle. And it's a technique that involves moving beyond the typical style of communication with 2 or more people just talking things out, and instead introduces a third point. So that instead of relying on just this back and forth, you have a visual artifact to build out and reference throughout the conversation. Similar to how the new CEO sketched out this pyramid on the whiteboard while talking through each of these important issues that that team needed to address, the purpose of this technique here, which is called 3-point communication, the purpose is to have better conversations by giving all members of that conversation a third thing to reference to keep everyone on the same page, to avoid the stalling or derailing that might arise from interpersonal tensions, so that you can discuss what you actually need to discuss and decide where to go next. The creation of this common sketched reference point can be kickstarted by the person initiating the conversation or the meeting, but I think it's most powerful when every member of the conversation can contribute to it. Because I think this style of communication, of collaboration, can address each of these dysfunctions of a team. So let's list those out as potential solutions to each of those 5 dysfunctions. One way to instill trust among team members is simply to capture their contributions so that they know that their input has been heard. And those contributions can be seen on the page, on the whiteboard. I also view this third point as kind of a neutral ground that makes it easier to argue about the ideas being discussed, not the people behind them, which can reduce the fear of conflict. Once you have had and documented that argument over those ideas on the page, that will set you up for identifying some clear next steps that are documented so that there's not ambiguity about who needs to do what. And you can assign those tasks to specific people through this common reference point so that each member can take responsibility for their part in the plan. And then finally, through this shared visual reference, you can be explicit about the goals that your team is working toward. Goals that the team will achieve, not ones based on individual status and ego. So when you're able to sketch out the important components of a team discussion, when you're defining strategy, doing some annual planning, addressing a pressing challenge within the organization, this mode of communication right here becomes a powerful way to address those dysfunctions and perhaps even to prevent them from occurring in the first place. Now, this skill of 3-point communication, where you create a shared visual artifact in a one-on-one or group meeting, might be pretty new to you, and it might feel a bit daunting. And one of the goals of my work is to make it less daunting. I want to help you develop these visual thinking skills, the ability to sketch out simple drawings and diagrams as you're wrapping your head around complex challenges. And I've got a specific program called Sketch Strategy, where I lead custom workshops for leadership teams in particular to help them build their 3-point communication skills and start bringing them into important meetings, important conversations, so that you can keep your team aligned and to avoid these dysfunctions so that you can get meaningful work done together. To learn more about those custom workshops, follow the link below this video or head straight on over to verbaltovisual.com. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to Verbal to Visual. I'm your host, Doug Neill, and today I'm going to be sketching out some of my favorite ideas from this book right here, Atlas of the Heart by Brené Brown, Mapping Meaningful Connection and the Language of Human Experience. Here's why that book interests me and why I think it's worth it for us to perhaps pay more attention to our feelings than we have traditionally. For this sketch today, I'm going to create a little bit of a continuous timeline and start with this acknowledgement that as we walk through life, there are 3 things going on simultaneously at all times that influence our experience in the world. Those 3 things being our thoughts, our behavior, and our feelings. These three things interact with each other all the time. Your feelings influence your thoughts, which influence your behavior, which influence your feelings, and around we go in all directions. In the beginning of the book, Brown shares how she feels like her superpower, she recognized this early on in her life, was being able to see the connection between these three elements in other people to the point where she could practically predict the future. She could observe a family dynamic or something going on with friends at school. She had a knack for where people's heads were at, what they were feeling, and what their likely behavior was going to be. And I think part of this book, if not to unlock that ability to predict the future, at least encourage us to pay a bit more attention to this part of the trio because of the impact that it has on the other two, how it impacts our overall relationship with ourselves and our relationship with other people. And we can hone this sense by expanding our language. Brown points out that when asked to identify which emotions you can feel, the most common responses include just three: feeling sadness, feeling mad, and feeling happy. Sad, mad, and happy. That's not a whole lot of nuance. And Brown's goal with this book is to facilitate a bit more emotional granularity. She wants to help us get better at identifying what it is that we're feeling so that instead of just pointing to one of these three, we have a lot more to choose from. We're able to recognize the different flavors of sad, the different flavors of mad, and the different types of positive emotional experiences that we might have. To go from recognizing three emotions in ourselves to dozens. And in doing so, allowing for our feelings to be a richer source of information that can then influence in more nuanced ways our behavior and our thoughts. Brown maps out this emotional landscape, creating an atlas for us by categorizing, I think it's 87 total emotions and experiences, breaking them down into different places that we go in life. For example, the places you go when things are uncertain or too much. Let's explore this region first. One situation that we've likely all faced at one time or another is when the environment that we're in is placing a whole lot of demands on us, coming at you from all different directions. What that environmental demand leads to are feelings of stress, and in more extreme cases, overwhelm. Brown says, we feel stressed when we evaluate environmental demand as beyond our ability to cope successfully. This includes elements of unpredictability, uncontrollability, and feeling overloaded. Overwhelm means an extreme level of stress, an emotional and/or cognitive intensity to the point of feeling unable to function. And these each require different responses. Brown tells the story of working in a restaurant where they develop their own lingo when servers are experiencing one of these two things: in the weeds, if you're stressed, and blown, if you're overwhelmed. If a server is in the weeds, the appropriate response is, how can I help? How can I take some of that environmental demand off of your shoulders? If you're blown, you're past the point of that discrete help being useful, and what you really need is a little bit of time in a state of non-doing, of cutting environmental demand down to zero. And that's when the manager says, go take 10 minutes, have a smoke break, or a fresh air break, and then come back and let's go. And that's an example of the type of nuanced understanding that can come from recognizing more precisely what you're feeling and then knowing what type of behavior is an appropriate response for it. Where stress and overwhelm relate to things going on in the present moment, there's a whole set of emotions and experiences associated with something that's coming up in the future. So there is something that you're looking ahead toward, some future challenge that elicits either feelings of anxiety or perhaps dread. If you're not looking forward to that experience, dread being the extreme version of anxiety, or if it's something that you are looking forward to, that is excitement. And even that flip of a negative to positive is a little bit of a hack that I feel like I've heard people like Dan Pink talk about. Maybe if you're about to give a presentation or do something that you're nervous about, you're feeling anxious about it, instead of telling yourself, I'm nervous, tell yourself, oh, I'm actually excited about this, because the physiological experience is the same. It's just whether or not you're interpreting that experience as a negative one or a positive one, which might be a helpful hack if you're not too far down this scale. I don't think that will work if you're experiencing dread, but if it's relatively low levels of anxiety or nervousness that you're feeling, that reframing might be useful. And here we're also introduced to the idea of trait versus state, with anxiety being an example of something that could be a trait of yours. You might find that you tend to be an anxious person, generally speaking, so it's a bit of your identity or of your personality, whereas state is like a jacket that you put on and take off in different settings and different circumstances. Anxiety being something that you experience, but only in certain situations. As we continue our journey through this region when things are uncertain or too much, we come to this somewhat spiky experience when what we're feeling is a very present threat in this specific moment. This is how Brown describes fear. It's not so much about a collection of environmental demands building up on you, but instead a very specific, sharp threat. That's what causes us to feel fear, which we typically respond to with fight, flight, or freeze. And next we've got this experience where we feel pretty exposed. When we're in a situation where we're perhaps even opening ourselves up to an experience that results in some emotional exposure, slight variation on the environmental demand. Here, if we open ourselves up to that emotional exposure, you're likely feeling vulnerability. And if you're at all familiar with Brown's work, you'll know that vulnerability is a cornerstone. As she writes, in my most recent research on courage and leadership, the ability to embrace vulnerability emerged as the prerequisite for all of the daring leadership behaviors. So even though it is scary to put yourself in a situation where you feel that emotional exposure, it's precisely that type of risky experience that can lead for something transformational in yourself and in others. And Brown calls vulnerability not a weakness, but our greatest measure of courage. From there, I'd like to explore one more region, moving from the place when things are uncertain or too much over to the places we go with others. And in this section of the book, the core question that Brown wants to explore is, what's the most effective way to be in connection with and in service to someone who is struggling without taking on their issues as our own? One of the key approaches involves meeting the person that you're holding that space for, having that conversation with, meeting them as an equal, as they are, sharing that story with you. Compassion is about recognizing and accepting our shared humanity, which is in stark contrast to a reaction that you'll want to avoid if, instead of listening to this story from a place of compassion, of being equal, of shared humanity, if instead you are taking this stance of kind of looking down on someone's experience from above, listening to their story, and perhaps thinking to yourself, oh, how sad. This is what pity looks like. As Brown writes, pity involves 4 elements: a belief that the suffering person is inferior, a passive, self-focused reaction that does not include providing help, a desire to maintain emotional distance, and avoidance of sharing in the other person's suffering. And this is where Brown introduces the concept of a near enemy. Pity is the near enemy of compassion, and it's described as a near enemy because it's kind of close. These are similar experiences, and it's easy to fall into the trap of feeling from this perspective, thinking that you're being compassionate, when you're actually undermining this person's experience and any potentially helpful response that you might have. We'll see another near enemy in a moment here, but for now recognize that this is what you gotta look out for, the near enemies. And Brown shares that that concept of a near enemy comes from Buddhism, where it's a concept referring to a state of mind that appears similar to the desired state, hence it is near, but it actually undermines it, which is why it's an enemy. And what's interesting is that near enemies are often greater threats than far enemies because they're more difficult to recognize. Let's get to our next near enemy by talking about empathy. So here we have a similar situation where someone is sharing with us a difficult situation that they're going through. We are there listening. And Brown describes two forms of empathy that we might be feeling, one of which is better than the other. If you are taking on all of the precise emotional feelings that's coming from that other person, if you are feeling all of those feelings, that's called affective empathy, which sounds like it should be a good thing. You're resonating with the experience that's being shared, you're taking on those feelings yourself. But as Brown puts it, this form of empathy is a slippery slope toward becoming overwhelmed and not being able to offer meaningful support. This makes the experience about you and your feelings as opposed to the person you're communicating with. So what Brown suggests is this other form of empathy where you listen intently, but instead of feeling those feelings yourself, you imagine what it is like for that other person to be feeling those things. And this is called cognitive empathy, where affective empathy is about experiencing those emotions from your perspective. Cognitive empathy is about experiencing them from the perspective of the person that you're talking to. So this is a way to actually keep the experience closer to the person that you should be focusing on rather than making it about yourself. And in this section, I appreciate how Brown describes compassion as a daily practice anchored in shared humanity, whereas empathy is a skill set that involves 5 attributes that come from Teresa Wiseman: perspective taking, staying out of judgment, recognizing emotion, communicating our understanding about that emotion, and practicing mindfulness. That one comes from Kristen Neff, and it's about not pushing away emotion because it's uncomfortable, but feeling it and moving through it. So this is a little bit like a near enemy, though I don't think Brown uses that term, more just that she encourages us to avoid affective empathy and shoot for cognitive empathy. We do have a near enemy of empathy, though. That's when you're, once again, over here listening to this person's experience, and rather than practicing those 5 skills involved with cognitive empathy, you distance yourself from the experience by saying something like, "Oh, I feel so sorry for you." That's what sympathy sounds like. And that distancing of yourself from that person is what makes it the near enemy of empathy. And what this statement of, "Oh, I feel so sorry for you," demonstrates is how sympathy is about focusing on the observer's discomfort as opposed to alleviating this person's distress. And I feel like empathy is kind of one of the hardest ones to get right. There's a whole section on empathy misses, 8 ways you can get empathy wrong, from things like sympathy versus empathy to expressing judgment or disappointment, or by discharging your discomfort with blame on the other person, by minimizing or avoiding, by comparing or competing. That's where comparative suffering comes in, where you say something like, "Oh, you think that was bad? That's nothing. Let me tell you about this experience I had, which was so much worse than yours." Then there's challenging someone for speaking truth to power, or default to a place of giving advice or going straight to problem solving. So, as you've now probably seen, even with these handful of examples, not only is there a whole lot of nuance moving from these 3 generic, recognizable emotions of sad, angry, and happy to the 87 emotions and experiences that Brown describes. Within some of those 87 experiences, there are these additional facets and components, things like specific skill sets that come along with empathy and what exactly it looks like to have compassion, the close but not helpful near enemies of pity and sympathy, and then all of the other emotions and experiences that live within these handful of regions that Brown has established, not all of which are filled with kind of more negative emotions. I happen to focus on the 2 regions that are fairly negative. There are places we go when life is good, and other places where we experience things like connection and love, awe and wonder and amusement. So you will get those as well. But it probably is worth emphasizing that it's in the willingness to pay closer attention to what makes us generally feel sad or mad, paying attention to those negative emotional experiences instead of just blocking them off, attempting to ignore them. That's where we're going to learn a whole lot about ourselves, about the world, and how we relate to other people. So if you have gotten to a place in life where you don't want to shy away from those heavy emotional experiences, then I think you will enjoy this book. I think you'll learn a lot on the first read through it, but then it becomes kind of a glossary that you'll probably want to revisit as you're processing a situation that you're having in your life or that someone else is having, so that you can really dig into those nuances. I hope that what I sketched out here was a useful introduction of sorts to the book, or perhaps reminder of what the book is all about if you read it a while ago. If you like this type of visual capture, that's a skill that I teach that you can learn more about at verbaltovisual.com. This format in particular was kind of a fun one to play around with. It's almost like a 2D side-scroll video game, a game of life, where you encounter these different experiences that lead to these different emotions. I hope you enjoyed this as a format, and if you'd like other tips and suggestions for how you can build your skills as a visual note taker, then go check out Verbal to Visual. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you spending some time here today, and I'll see you again in the next video. Till then.
I recently read the book What Works by Tara McMullen, which encourages us to change the way we approach goal setting. It explores how the traditional ways of approaching goal setting might be wrapped up in the wrong stories and the wrong systems. Stories and systems that don't work for a large portion of society. In this video, I would like to sketch out some of my favorite ideas from the book and share a bit about how I am applying those ideas to my own life and work. One of the potentially unhealthy aspects of goal setting is how closely it can be tied to external validation. That potentially destructive desire for validation is what fuels the validation spiral, one of the early concepts that McMullen introduces. That spiral starts when you say yes to more and more responsibilities in order to prove yourself to others or acquire more quickly what you don't yet have. But all of those yeses lead to your resources being stretched thin. There's simply not enough of your time and energy to go around. And because of that, you then have to compromise on the work, giving less attention than would be ideal to each of the various tasks you've agreed to. Over time, all of that compromising often leads to you quitting, failing, or flopping on some or all of the projects that you're trying to take on. And that ultimately leads you to burnout. This situation where you're mentally and physically and emotionally drained. And it's often a goal that you've set for yourself, explicitly or implicitly, that fuels this spiral and leads to the accumulation of both psychological and physiological stress that wears your body down. Here's the thing though, that validation spiral that many, if not all of us have experienced, that's not innate to us as human beings. It's the byproduct of the culture that we live in. This is where McMullen introduces another spiral, this time the cultural DNA that has shaped how most of us in the Western world experience life. This is where McMullen does a really interesting deep dive into the roots of the culture of the United States in particular that shed a lot of light on how we approach careers and success and life in general. She goes all the way back to the Protestants who founded the country and explains how their belief in predestination led to this ethos of individualist hard work because it was believed that material success was an indicator that you're one of the chosen ones, and how that gave you moral superiority over others. Those beliefs influenced the rugged individualism that Herbert Hoover talked about in a speech in 1928, where your health and wealth is your responsibility alone, therefore removing responsibility from society. As McMullen points out, the thing about individualism is that it doesn't work when there's not equality of opportunity, which definitely didn't exist in 1928 and still doesn't exist today. That idea of rugged individualism went on to influence the policies of neoliberalism based in a supposed meritocracy. in the rule of the free market. And even though there's plenty of evidence showing that free markets don't create a level playing field, that concept is still pretty ingrained. What these elements of cultural DNA result in is a fairly extreme burden on the individual, regardless of their circumstances. On top of all of that individualism, there's also supremacy culture to deal with, which are the norms that result from believing that one group is better than another group. Supremacy culture is the reason that for women, it's more beneficial in the workplace to act more male, for Black people to act more white, for people in the LGBTQ community to act more straight and cisgender. What results is a system where success comes through conformity and where difference is something to be overcome. That's kind of a messed up system that doesn't work for a whole lot of people. And it's a system that misses out on the contributions of a whole bunch of interesting identities. And it's the exploration of identity that McMullen turns to next, acknowledging that we all contain multiple identities by bringing in this concept of the network self from the philosopher Kathleen Wallace, which encourages us to acknowledge and appreciate the various components of our identity. Some of my own identities include sketchnoter and YouTuber. I'm an educator, I'm a dad and a husband, I'm a runner, and I'm an introvert, among many other things, of course. This exploration of your own multiple identities and tying that to this whole approach to goal setting was one of the most impactful things for me from this book. McMullen points out that because of the cultural DNA that is immersed in us, oftentimes we seek out new identities simply to increase our market value, not because they're actually true to who we are. But what if we dropped those identities? The ones that came from cultural influences and not from yourself? That's a question that we'll come back to when we look at the explicit framework that McMullen outlines. Before that, though, there are a couple other of important foundational pieces here. One is a distinction between achievement orientation and practice orientation. We very much live in an achievement-oriented world where we're constantly being encouraged to set and then reach new goals, which hints at one of the reasons goals can make us miserable. They're designed to end. Either you fail at achieving it, which doesn't feel good, or you do achieve it, but then you just have to move on to the next goal. There's no lasting sense of satisfaction that comes from that achievement orientation. You do get that, though, with a practice orientation. And I love how McMullen highlights that it's not about practice makes perfect. The purpose isn't reflection or even improvement. Instead, the purpose of practice is presence, groundedness, and perspective. That's what leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction in your daily activities. But as we start to think about our daily lives and how exactly we spend our time, we need to talk about capacity. McMullen defines capacity as the extent of what you can do with the resources you have access to without burning out or breaking down. And she acknowledges that everyone has a different capacity, bringing in this concept of spoon theory, which posits that we all start the day with a certain number of spoons, but we have to give one up for each strenuous task. For some people, getting out of bed and getting dressed is a strenuous task and requires a spoon. For other people, going to the grocery store is a strenuous task. That requires a spoon. Some people face oppressive systems at work or just out in society. Those can add up to another spoon down. And McMullen points out that these limitations aren't a matter of mindset or positive thinking. They're due to things like being confined in a wheelchair or simply being neurodivergent, living in a world that's not built for how your mind works. And while it's important for us to work toward a world where the environments we create are suitable for a more diverse set of identities, it's also important for each of us to take stock of our own personal capacity so that when we decide what responsibilities we're going to take on, we have a realistic sense for what's not going to burn us out. And we can build in some margin to give ourselves some breathing room. With these foundational elements that explore the role of society and the role of self, we're now ready to dig in and make use of the specific goal-setting framework that McMullen proposes. One potential difficulty that might arise after acknowledging and then potentially dropping that cultural DNA is that there can be this feeling of a lack of direction after leaving individualism and achievement orientation behind. That's why it becomes important to explore and identify your own values, which can serve as a compass for you as you make decisions about how you want to spend your time. This is where I brought in the work of an illustrator and author who I admire, Lisa Congdon, who, along with Andrea Niculescu, created this Live Your Values deck, which is a set of beautifully illustrated cards, each of which identify a potential value, a brief description of that value, and on the back, ideas and suggestions for how you might live out that value. You can find similar lists of values online, but it's pretty cool to have these tactile cards and beautiful illustrations as you're identifying what values you want to place top of mind right now. These here are values that are important to me right now, which is probably on the higher end as far as the number of values to try to focus on. I think McMullen maybe encourages you to get down to 3. And then with those values in mind, you can turn next to the vision of the life that you'd like to create for yourself. McMullen encourages you to think about various dimensions of your life, from your health to your finances, your career and relationships, your hobbies and recreation, your mind and spirit, as well as advocacy. As you look at each of those components of life, think about how you want to feel in 1 year, or 5 years, or 10 years. What do you want to experience? And yes, what material conditions do you desire? This is what it looked like for me when I explored those various dimensions. And what this exercise helps you see is where there's potential for you to start taking on new identities, or perhaps just lean into aspects of your identity that have been neglected. In my case, I recognize that even though I've been a dad for a little while now, I've got twin boys who turn 2 years old in a couple of months, the identity of father and family man is one that I want to continue leaning into, especially since for me at various stages of my life, individualism had a fairly strong hold. I've also been pulled over the past year or so into the world of embodied spirituality, which is an approach to your inner life and also your relational life that has a lot in common with practice orientation. That's about presence and groundedness, maintaining a connection to what's going on inside of your body and not just your brain. That's a newer component of my identity that I'd like to continue exploring. With that vision for your future identified, and perhaps a couple of specific identities to focus on, you can decide to make some commitments. The commitments that you choose to make are a replacement for achievement-oriented goals. Goals are focused on results that might come in the future. Commitments are focused on growth that can be achieved in the present. And 2 of the commitments that I'm making right now are to stay connected to others as a father and a husband, and to stay connected to my body as I explore embodied spirituality. And then I've also identified a commitment to be on top of things, from simple housekeeping tasks to car maintenance to finances. There have been many periods of my life where I haven't felt on top of things, which carries with it a weight that I'd like to not have on my shoulders. With a few commitments in place, we can then move on to strategic priority. This is where you identify your designated focus for a period of time. Here, McMullen brings in a mountain metaphor where the top of that mountain might be a new identity that you'd like to embody, and acknowledging that there's a variety of paths that can get you to the top of that mountain. Your strategic priority is the path that you choose to take. For now, at least. I'm choosing to follow the path of the family man and the path of embodied spirituality. So where your commitments are about putting one foot in front of the other, your strategy is about the choice of the trail you go on and the outcome that it leads you to. Once you've identified your strategic priority, you then get to choose which projects to take on that will help you fulfill that strategy. Projects that have a clear scope and outcome that take somewhere around 4 to 8 weeks to complete. McMullen identifies 3 types of projects: those that are closed loop, something that's over and done once you've completed it. The second category is open loop, projects that are smaller chunks of one big project, something that maybe takes 6 months that you break down into smaller chunks to have some milestones to work toward. And the third category is routine projects, which help you to establish a new routine, habit, or system. And as I heard McMullen talk about some of the yearly planning that she does and how she identifies some specific projects that she'll work on in each quarter of the year, I decided to try that out for myself. I've never attempted to plan for a year in advance, quarter by quarter, but I found it to be a very useful exercise. I use Notion to keep track of those projects, which is also where I keep a project brief that has specific prompts that McMullen introduces, like how will you know when the project is complete? What are you hoping to learn through this project? What results are you measuring? How long will it take? And it's a pretty quick exercise to respond to each of these. They don't have to be long. In this case, with my project of building out a housekeeping database, the connection to strategy I described in this way: a family man is someone who helps to take care of the home, and a well taken care of home makes spending time here with family and friends more enjoyable. So this project helps me live into that identity of family man and someone who's on top of things. Within the realm of embodied spirituality, there's a guy named Thomas Hubel who hosts a gathering called the Mystic Cafe every month that has some meditations and some teachings that I found to be valuable that I spend time with each Friday and Saturday morning. So this is how you can start to bridge the gap for those values you've identified for yourself, the vision of your future that you'd like to work toward, and then the day-to-day activities that you actually spend time on. And I've even done a bit of planning around the books that I would like to read this year and sketchnote and make a video about. These projects aren't set in stone. There's plenty of flexibility and the opportunity to respond to new situations as they arise. But in general, this activity of identifying which projects I'd like to focus on in each quarter of the year helps keep that capacity piece in check to ensure that I'm not overcommitting myself. And I think it makes it easier to lean into practice orientation. Since I've got projects dedicated to each important area of my life, that makes it easier to focus in on the thing that I'm working on right now, to give it my full attention. As you can probably tell, there's a whole lot from this book that resonated with me. And there are plenty of ideas that I didn't even have time to mention here. So if you enjoyed this overview, I'd really encourage you to pick up the book for yourself. And if you're intrigued by the visual component of this summary, that happens to be a skill that I teach. It's called sketchnoting. And over at verbaltovisual.com, you can find a whole library of courses, as well as a vibrant global community of visual thinkers that will help you develop this skill yourself and apply it to whatever work that's important to you. If that sounds interesting, come check us out. In the meantime, I wish you luck as you figure out what works for you in this realm of goal setting. I hope you've enjoyed this visual summary and that it gives you some ideas to think about. Shout out, of course, to Tara McMullen and her wonderful work. And I'll be back again soon with another visual book summary. Till then. How often do you think, if only I had blank, then this problem I'm facing, this situation I find myself in, would be so much easier? If only I had more time, more money, the right gadget, and I'd be able to cruise past this difficulty and move on to something that I actually want to do. I think that's a normal response, considering how we've been sold the dream that for every problem we encounter, there's something that we can buy to solve it. But in the book Stretch, Scott Sonnenschein encourages us to think differently about resources. He compares and contrasts a chasing mindset, which believes that having more resources is what leads to better results, with a stretching mindset, where the idea is that it's the better use of resources that leads to better results. So rather than following that trained response of always looking for something new, something outside of what you already have, maybe it's just a matter of looking around at what you do have, even if it's something stuck away on that top shelf that you haven't looked at in years, and maybe stretching a bit to get to that resource. Perhaps it's that approach that will give you the results that you're looking for. In this video, I'm going to sketch out some of the key characteristics of each of these mindsets and share how they apply to my life and work. And along the way, I encourage you to think about whether or not these dynamics are cropping up in your life. And if any particular piece does resonate, let me know which one and why. The first component of a chasing mindset that Sonnenschein identifies is upward social comparison, which is this natural human tendency to look around, see how we stack up to other members in our community, and no matter where we happen to land, we're always looking up at the person one step above us, wishing we had what they had. The danger of this is that, of course, you're less likely to be satisfied no matter where you are. And when it comes to resources, you're less likely to appreciate and actually use what you already do have because you've constantly got your eyes set on what you don't. One way this has played out in my life, especially if I spend too much time on YouTube, is getting pulled into all these tech videos where I see fancy recording setups, expensive cameras and lights and backdrops, and how easy it is for me to think, if only I had what those big YouTubers have, my work would be so much easier. The quality of my videos would be so much higher. But when I look at what I do have, it's plenty already. It's enough for me to do my work, to make these videos. So my time would be better spent focusing simply on doing the work instead of thinking that it's newer resources that I need. That's the type of chasing that wouldn't actually get me anywhere. Another component of the chasing mindset is called functional fixedness, and this is defined as an inability to use a resource beyond the traditional approach. So looking at every single tool and only seeing the singular purpose that that tool was designed for. This can be true of physical objects, like a hammer or any other tool, but it's not just specific objects like that. It also relates to money and time and people. One way that I feel like I've kind of broadened my perspective on time lately has to do with the role that it plays in thinking about and scheduling my days. You don't have to view time as this rigid thing, with 20 or 30-minute blocks dedicated to specific tasks, always watching the clock so you know when you're supposed to switch. What if, instead of managing your time in that way, you focused on managing your energy? That's what I explored in a recent summary of the book, The Power of Full Engagement, that helped me to change my relationship with time in what feels like a very healthy way. It's also interesting to think about people and relationships through this lens of functional fixedness. Once certain people come into your life, you get to know them, you establish these relational dynamics, it's easy for those to get locked in place. But that type of locking limits what can come out of those relationships. One work example is thinking about the folks that maybe come to me to learn how to develop this skill of visual note-taking. If you stick to a more traditional teacher-student dynamic, it would be me who is imparting my wisdom, sharing lessons with you, the learner, who then goes and applies them. But that's a pretty limited way of viewing what that relationship could be like. And I have found it to be much more rewarding to shift the way that I teach sketchnoting in the direction of creating a learning community where we co-create resources together, where it's the work and feedback of other community members that will support you on your sketchnoting journey just as much as the things that I put out there. I also think about my relationship with my wife. For a long time, there was a pretty clear line between my work life and my personal life. I would, of course, share with my wife the things that are going on, how work is going, but I didn't really involve her in the process at all. But thanks to a podcast episode of Creative Pep Talk, which I also shared in a recent video, I recognized that there was a space to bring her in, for her to participate in the give and take space as the first viewer of videos like this one. So breaking away from that functional fixedness, whether it's a concrete object or a more abstract concept like money or time or relationships, can help free you from this chasing mindset. Next, there's mindless accumulation, the tendency to rack up more and more resources, not for any specific goal, but just to collect more, to be ready for things that you might need in the future. In my experience as a new parent, it's so easy to collect toy after toy, gadget after gadget, sometimes inheriting those from friends, other times people in the community who are getting rid of things, all of the gifts that come in. Even with twins like we have, there's a whole category of twin-specific products that could fill multiple warehouses. And yes, some of those are helpful and some of those things we use, but it takes real attention and energy to not always look for a new product to solve the current challenge. An equal amount of time and energy to cycle through whatever ones you do bring into your life. Sell or donate the things that you no longer use. And as much as I love learning, I feel like in some cases the collection of physical books fits into this category of mindless accumulation and of a chasing mindset. Thinking that it's just one more book that I need to read to finally unlock whatever feels locked to you. And the practice of constantly filling your Amazon cart every time a book catches your eye. I say this because I way too frequently do that. And I myself want to be more aware of when it's this chasing mindset that's driving that behavior and that desire. The fourth and final component of the chasing mindset is resource squandering. And with this one, we're looking at to what degree the increase of resources available to you actually leads to improvements with whatever it is you're working on. And at first, as you'd expect, there's an increase. The more resources you have, the more improvements you'll see. But there's a point at which that curve switches directions, where more resources actually leads to fewer improvements. That's where you start to squander your resources, not use them well, because you feel like you have so many. The sweet spot then is at the top of that curve, where you have enough resources to take risks, but not to have so much abundance of resources that you pay little attention to how effectively you're using them. I've noticed this dynamic with time, especially in this first year and a little bit of parenthood. I sometimes think about what my days were like before I had a family, when I had kind of the entire day, the entire week to myself to make progress on my work, and how I squandered a bunch of that time because I had so much of it. And now with parenthood, less time to myself, I'm a lot more efficient with the time that I do have. And probably in certain stages, I was a little too far to the left, not having enough time to take creative risks. But I feel like I'm getting back to that place, nearer to the top of that curve, where I do have that time. I can try things out that might not work. So these 4 elements of the chasing mindset give you a sense for what to watch out for, mindsets to avoid. Let's next look at some of the components of a stretching mindset. One idea that stood out to me here was the value of diversity and how in many situations, random teams of people outperform dream teams. And I think the best type of scenario to think about here is gathering together a group of experts in a particular field. That's your dream team. And there's some complex problem that they're trying to solve. If you compare their performance to a random team that has maybe an expert or two, but a whole lot of outsiders, the diversity of that random team leads them to perform better at whatever task is in front of them, whatever problem they're trying to solve. And that's because that diversity of people, of experiences, of backgrounds, of perspectives leads to more expansive thinking about the resources that are available. And that expansive thinking about resources leads to more divergent ways of approaching problems. And I feel like that's the best description that I've ever seen for the inherent value of diversity within any group. And the group of people that I spend the most time with are the community members inside of Verbal to Visual, where, yes, there's lots of courses that I've created about sketchnoting, but there's also a lot of conversations going on. Sometimes live for folks that are able to make it out to our weekly workshops, sometimes asynchronously as folks share their work or post a question. And what I appreciate about the group of people that's gathered there is, one, how global of a community it is. That's the benefit of building an online learning community. Folks can join from anywhere in the world, which helps lead to those varied perspectives. And we've got people from a bunch of different professions and people in various stages of life. And more, I find myself thinking about how best to tap into that diversity, how to create the space for people to have conversations with each other and support each other on each of their individual sketchnoting journeys, and even more broadly, creative and life journeys. And in addition to those benefits of diversity within a group of people, there's also a ton of benefits as an individual to diversify your experiences, because those same type of benefits crop up. The more diverse your life experiences have been, the more expansive your thinking will be about resources, which will lead to more divergent ways of approaching problems. So I like those dual goals of diversifying your individual experiences and also seeking out and helping to create diverse communities to better solve whatever challenge you maybe are focusing on. Sun and Shine also describes these 2 different regulatory modes that we might find ourselves in. One of those modes being planning, this process of thinking through the actions that you might take, and the other is actually moving forward, taking some sort of action. It's so easy to get stuck in that planning stage, the resource gathering stage, thinking that you need to have all these things in place before you can actually start acting. So the way Sun and Shine describes that planning mode is this strong drive to evaluate potential uses of resources comprehensively. Whereas in the acting mode, you're doing anything to move away from status quo and closer to your goal. And for most of us, I think it's Easy to say we spend way too much time in that planning mode and not enough in the acting mode. But it's not about one or the other, and it's actually the combination of the two that leads to the best results. And I like to keep bringing it back to resources here, not getting stuck in this mode of thinking you need to accumulate more resources or plan out how to use what you have before you start acting. Yes, do a little bit of planning, but take action as soon as you can, and then observe what happens, adapt that plan as needed, and continue acting. For me, this shows up when I think about how I spend my days, how structured, how strict the schedules are that I perhaps set up for myself, how much planning I do compared to actually taking action. And this again makes me think about the shift from time management to energy management. I think when you manage your time, it's too easy to get stuck in that planning mode. Whereas if you're managing your energy, it's much more about action. So for me, the takeaway there is don't get stuck in the comfort of that planning stage. And remember that it's not planning that gets you anywhere. It's action. There's also an exploration of expectations, the beliefs that we have about ourselves and other people. And Sonnenschein uses this specific term of positive prophecies, where the belief in the potential of someone else actually leads to better performance. This is very impactful for educators working with students, parents working with kids, how as an educator or a parent, your own belief in the potential of a given person or group of people will either explicitly or implicitly affect that other person's performance. So again, bringing it back to resources, the way you think about your own ability to use a resource, or the way you think about the potential of someone you work with to make use of a particular resource, those beliefs, those expectations have a tangible impact on performance. And this can go too far. There is such a thing of having too high of expectations, at which point it shifts from being a positive prophecy to performance pressure. So for your beliefs and expectations to land in that positive prophecy category, and for those to lead to better performance, those expectations need to be credible, and they need to be delivered in a way that avoids that performance pressure. And for me, thinking about parenthood in particular, I can see how that's a hard balance to strike. Believing in the potential of your kids or your students, but at the same time, not letting high expectations create the condition where your kids or your students feel like they have to perform at a certain level. Otherwise, you won't be proud of them. And there's actually a children's book that I feel like strikes this balance really well. The book Tomorrow I'll Be Brave by Jessica Hische, where there's a page that goes, "Tomorrow I'll be all the things I tried to be today. Adventurous, strong, smart, curious, creative, confident, and brave. And if I wasn't one of them, I know that it's okay." And finally, the last idea that I'd like to share here is the difference between bucketing and mixing. As you think about any given resource, bucketing is this practice of kind of siloing off that resource into a single category, kind of like what we talked about with functional fixedness. Whereas mixing encourages you to view your resources more flexibly, specifically looking for unlikely combinations. An example Sonnenschein brings in here is food trucks, which can be this unlikely combination of high quality food served from a truck. But he also highlighted that within that industry, there's the unlikely combination of competition amongst the other food trucks within your pod, but also friendship with the people that run those other trucks. He talks about how supportive they are of each other, sharing resources, filling in for each other, and how that combination of competition and friendship leads to better results for everybody. And I think the place where I've tried to do less bucketing and more mixing has to do with the combination of my personal and professional life. I talked a little bit about that with my wife playing this role of first viewer in the give and take space. I think it also applies to the ideas that I choose to share in these videos, the books or the podcasts that I'm sketchnoting, and how oftentimes those topics arise from something going on in my personal life. And in many cases, I reference that when sharing a video like this one. There are still boundaries, of course. I don't share everything about my personal life in these videos or even inside of Verbal to Visual, but there is enough blending for me to feel like I'm not living two separate lives. I feel more integrated when I blend those two together. And I hope that the sharing of how I'm applying these ideas to my life and my work has been helpful to you. And if you like this way of working with ideas, this merging of words and sketches, then do go check out Verbal to Visual. And make sure that it's not because you feel the pressure to add one more skill to your resume. It's not about accumulating one more skill or moving one step up that social comparison ladder. But if it feels like visual note-taking will help you make better use of your time, of the experiences you're already having, of the resources you're already tapping into, that is a good reason to develop this skill. So if you think that sketchnoting will help you tap into that stretching mindset, then do come check us out. You can learn more and sign up at verbaltovisual.com. Thank you so much for watching. Good luck weaving a bit more stretching, a bit less chasing into your life. And I look forward to sharing more ideas with you next time. Till then.